Yeti. Yes. Oh, okay. Alright. Now can you hear me? I gotta see Emperor's New Groove. Yes, you should. That's a really good Disney movie, I feel. Perfect. Alright. Welcome, everyone. So, Lilo and Stitch came out, and you know what? It was a really amazing film, actually. It is, I want to say it's probably the best Disney film, the best Disney animated film that's, like, ever come out. Oh, I'm sorry, did you think I was talking about the live action one? No! No, 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 no. Why would we talk about that? Yeah, so then the live action movie came out, and like all live action movies, that Disney has made, they, yeah, you probably already know. But we're gonna talk about it, though. I find it fascinating, though, with how much they fundamentally misunderstand the original every time that they make a live-action adaptation of one of their classic films. And Lilo and Stitch is up there. It might be their best animated, like, if we're talking just about what Disney has done. We exclude, like, Pixar or any other kind of companies that are, you know, subsidies of Walt Disney. I think their best classic animated film might be Lilo and Stitch. I'd have to think really hard about that. But there's just a lot that it does, and especially, like, how it executes the kinds of topics that it talks about, and how well it does that. It's very hard to find anything. Personally, my favorite will always be Tarzan. You're not gonna beat that, but I can acknowledge, Lilo and Stitch's really high quality, as a children's movie. And, the thing about, as it goes with all their live action adaptations, is that there's a lot of thing. Have any of you guys seen YMS's review of, oh, what, hold on, before I get into that, since it's only just me, and I can't really show, like, any icons in the bottom, I had considered using my RahiTuber. Why is chat not showing up? Chat isn't showing up. Hold on. Chat isn't showing up. Hold on. I think I have, oh, it's because I have the wrong, URL. Okay, hold on. Let's fix that real quick. Pop out chat. Thank you, OBS. Why am I not using Streamlabs right now? I haven't been able to get this set up to work on Streamlabs, so that's the only reason why. Let's see. There we go. There's chat. So I'd considered using my RahiTuber. So, like, you guys tell me, all right, so if I just drop my RahiTuber, like, right there, feel like, is that, like, too out of place? Is that too, like, does that fit well? Does it not? I've got, like, I can also, like, change my emotions if I want to. It's not very well. I wish that, like, there was a little bit more of an intuitive way to do that for RahiTuber. It is something that I've kind of, like, been messing around with. Ellipsis Mark, welcome! Welcome to the shit show. But you guys tell me if it seems, like, intrusive at all. God, I wish I could talk to someone about this in depth. Well, I'm definitely gonna talk about it in depth, so you'll get to hear someone talk about it in depth. Anyways, but, so the past couple, over the week, I had watched, both the live-action Lilo and Stitch, and I had also watched the original Lilo and Stitch, and I have notes. I have notes. And of course, I saw it in theaters, because where else could I possibly watch this? You know, like, if I didn't watch it in theaters, that would be illegal. And I wouldn't do that. So, I unfortunately do not have any video to show you directly from the live action movie, because I wouldn't have that, because there's no legal video out there that I have, so I can't show it because it's something that I don't have. That's just how that works. Anyway, but I will try to use like some visuals from the classic, much better original 2002 Lilo and Stitch to try to give you some idea of what they fucked up in the live action movie. So I guess I'll get like right into it, I guess, because the first thing that stood out to me when I was watching this movie was the opening. The opening, like, just right out of the gate, I had so many problems just with all the stuff that they portrayed. So to start things off, I want to show you something that like stood out about like the first Lilo and Stitch movie. So if you go back, oh, perfect. Yeah. So do you guys remember back in the day when like for certain films they would have like different, slightly different versions of the Walt Disney Pictures logo, and like here they had it like a little alien themed where they had the Walt Disney thing. And then they had like a little radar that's VLC kind of bugging out, and then it was abducted by aliens, because we're about to talk about aliens and stuff. Like, it's charming. It is very charming, the kind of stuff that they did. Like, they had a logo for not necessarily every single different movie, but like for a lot of, noteworthy movies. And Pixar themselves had like their own logo for a long time too, where instead of using, When You Wish Upon a Star, they had like a slightly different kind of logo. And it made everything kind of stick out. It gave like a certain feel that there were like different parts. There was all these different kind of things that were within Disney. And in this version, it's the homogenized, really high detailed fidelity 2020 updated logo for Disney, because it's so, how do you make something look so detailed and yet so soulless at the same time? How do you do that, Disney? I want to know. If someone from Disney is like watching this right now, please, you have to tell me your secret. How is it that you make an intro like that that's, and like the same thing for like the MCU logo opening. But anyways, I'm getting ahead of myself. I'm getting focused on just like the logo when there's so much more to talk about just in the opening alone. So, as you all know, the movie starts off with the trial that Jumba is in for creating Stitch. And then you have the councilwoman. I forget what her name is. I don't know if she actually has a name beyond just like councilwoman. I don't plan to watch it after Snow White. I'm done with these live action remakes. That's smart. That's smart, Neil. That's very smart. Unfortunately, I don't have that luxury. I have too much love for Lilo and Stitch. But with any luck, I mean, hopefully, we will never have to look at these things again. From what I've been told, though, I'm probably not going to change, like, the emotes too much on that. It's just too much of a hassle with RawHeTuber. I wish I could do it with just, like, a press of a button, I wish I had, like, I could map, like, quick movements with, like, number keys or something like that. The secret is money. You just buy everyone's soul. I guess so. I guess that's all it takes. I mean, granted, clearly money isn't enough because, like, they've put a hold on, like, a lot of all of their live action projects from now onward, thanks to, Snow White. Now, from what I have heard, and I don't know how true this is, because I don't always trust, certain journalistic websites that, like, are always praising these kinds of movies. But there have been, I want to say, one or two different websites that were talking about how it is being praised as the best live-action Disney adaptation, if not just the best Disney movie in general, which, again, I don't know how, that's probably an exaggeration, but it does make me wonder what their ticket sales look like for this. Because if they're good enough, even by live-action standards, it might embolden Disney to remove that suspension that they placed on their live-action movies, which makes me nervous. Just a little bit. Because I would like to have more animated movies and less live-action movies, because, as we've seen here, there's a lot of things that are inferior about this, and I think the first thing that probably is noteworthy is the fact that it is in live action. And because like you guys, I'm sure some of you already know, Gantu is not in this movie. They removed Gantu, and the reasoning, surprise, surprise, is because he's hard to animate. It turns out it's very hard to animate like a 20-foot tall walking whatever the hell he is. The absolute Chad that he is. And so, but like you can do that. You can do that in animation. You don't have to worry about that. You could animate whatever the hell you want in animation. But I mean, like one would argue that like a lot of the characters in this are animated. I wouldn't say that too many of them are, very, okay, I guess there are worse looking animated abominations. Ocean Man MP3. Yes, he is. Gantu is our Ocean Man. He is, in fact, our Ocean Man. Rest in peace, Ocean Man. You have been retired too soon. But, like, I think one of the first things that, like, stood out as, like, significantly uglier was the councilwoman herself. So, like, we start off the scene, and you see the councilwoman, and, like, you know who she is. Like, she's got these little golden thingies that, make her look very prestigious and important. In the live-action movie, they're just ugly, coral-looking mushroom things that just kind of, like, hang off the side. And it's very, like, I don't know, I always saw these as, like, golden, or just very shiny, kind of, like, pieces of forged metal or something, like, to make it look, I don't know, like, maybe it's an alien thing, so I guess you can, like, wipe that up, just, wave that away. I don't know, it bothers me, but there's, like, other things to talk about with the opening. So, hold on, I have notes on this. Let me pull out my notes. Alright, so, first thing that happens is the councilwoman is like, we have apprehended a dangerous threat, that has been running amok in our worlds. She even calls, this threat a monstrosity, which just kind of stands out to me, because, like, if you've already decided that this is a threat, why are you... Because, like, then there's the scene where, she's, we all know where she's like, perhaps he can be reasoned with. Give us a sign that there is something inside you that is good. Because, like, in the original, she was just reading out the charges. She was just being a judge. It was Gantu who was the one who was like, oh, this is a monstrosity. It's an, abhorrent. It's against nature. And then you had, the councilwoman who was trying to, being like, calm down, Gantu. Let's see if it can be reasoned with. And be like, yeah. So, Stitch, like, is there something inside you that's good? And so already, like, out of the gate, I'm confused as to why they would, like, start it off. Because, again, this is one of the consequences of removing Gantu, is that now you have to have her describe him as a monstrosity. Well, actually, I don't even know if you need her to do that. And so it seems weird where she goes from, oh, this is an abomination, it's a threat, it's danger. But also maybe it could be reasoned with. Hey, can you tell us if there's something inside you that's good, Stitch or 626? And of course, there's the whole I'm going to get demonetized for this, but it has to be said. He said, and I quote, "Miga Nalaquista." I know. Shoot, there goes all my ad revenue for this game, for the stream. It's all gone. I'm sorry. It had to be said, though, because, like, how else would you know? But, yeah, so, and I think what annoyed me, too, is that it's very obviously they're just repeating the same lines, replaying a lot of the same lines that Stitch had said from the original movie. And there's a lot of that here as well. Oh, shoot, did I lose connection? Hold on. Sorry, OBS has given me an error. I just want to make sure that, like, nothing happened to the stream. Because, like, if I got disconnected, then... Echo, welcome! Alright. Sorry, false alarm. I don't know, for some... I think that... Okay, I think the error that I got was unrelated. Where was I? Yeah, so there's a lot of moments where, like, it's very obvious that they're just replaying audio from the original movie. And I mean, they've done that in, other live-action movies as well. They did that a lot with Mufasa from the live-action movie, or for the live-action Lion King, I mean, because, as it turns out, James Earl Jones' voice, he old. He old. We all love him, but he old. And they knew that, and they had to, bring back a lot of the lines from... But, like, it's really noticeable. And it's also kind of noticeable here. We can't see the bottom of the chat? Oh! Hold on. Oh, let's see. It's Alt, right? Oh, that's interesting. Why was that way? Huh. Okay. All right, sorry about that, Mark. Yeah, that was weird. It's not normally done that. Okay. So, yeah, it just stands out to me. When they're repeating kind of lines that are very obviously just taken from the original movie and just dropped into this one. Speaking of just general voice acting, then there's Jumba himself. Yes, subscribe to Technoblade. Also, go subscribe to Ellipsis Mark and Fat Man Falling, who do live streams on, what is it now, Mondays, Tuesdays, and sometimes Wednesdays? Or, no, it's just Mondays and Tuesdays. Yeah, because Wednesdays are Team Jack's thing. Monday. Okay, gotcha. So, they removed Jumba's accent, and he's a lot less charming for it. And it's not just, like, because of his character change either, which there have also been some changes to. And, which, yeah, I'm not a fan of either. Every screenshot I've seen of Jumba looks horrific. Yeah, again, it's one of those kind of reasons why... some things just kind of should stay in animation, Maybe you shouldn't, I mean, technically he is animated, but, like, they're trying to animate him as though he were in real life. And sometimes maybe things should just stay in drawn, cel-shaded animation, I feel like that's not too unreasonable to ask of. Alright, yeah, and we got some things to talk about Jumba a little later, but like I said, we'll get to that one bit at a time. So, yeah, Stitch says the line that I will not repeat twice, and, they're like, oh, well, clearly it's evil, so we're gonna take him and we're gonna sentence him into exile, and that's gonna be that. So then we immediately cut to when he's on the ship being taken away. And, I mean, granted, they showed this during the opening, but I was never under the impression that, like, the big council meeting and like, the ship, like, that it all happened within this ship that Stitch is being taken from, or taken through. I was always under the impression that, the ship was, the council was, like, on some kind of planet, and then he was taken to the ship that it was going to be taken to. But I guess, like, there's this big council room that I guess is just on the ship, and Stitch just gets taken directly to it. Now, when Stitch gets dropped into this, when he gets dropped into the holding cell, they don't just have him, like, hanging down from the ceiling like they did in the original. No, they also have this little collar around him. And they don't tell you what this is initially. It seems a little weird. In fact, if anything, it just kind of feels like, oh, this is the thing that's supposed to, like, lock him into place. But then you see later, oh, he still has this collar on him later. You find out, that this collar that they put on him is a shock collar. And it works. There's a shock collar that they have that, like, actually stuns him for not, like, a significant amount of time, but, like, if you were to press it repeatedly, it actually kind of immobilizes him pretty effectively. And when I found out about this, I was like, why weren't you guys spamming F on, like, whatever button you have to use for that thing? Why, and, like, then, like, it gets even worse when you kind of think about it. It's like, why were the guns not tracking because the collar itself also has a tracking device in him, which they were using to track him to Earth. Whereas, like, originally they were just tracking his trajectory through hyperspace, I guess. And then it kind of makes you wonder, wait a minute, why weren't the guns just tracking that thing? You know? Couldn't they do that? Like, why were you tracking his genetic signature as opposed to, like, like, in the original, you could just suppose, okay, maybe that just wasn't an option, or that just, like, wasn't how it works, but, like, here, it's like, they actually give something. Granted, like, maybe that's not how it works, so maybe but, like, it's a shock collar still. They could have immobilized him and I'm like, why did you add this? You didn't need to add this. This was not needed. You have made the story worse by adding this in. Actually, not using the shock collar immediately would work because it's likely battery powered and needs a lot of juice. I don't know where that's stated. And, like, again, why wouldn't they want to have it, like, already charged beforehand? Like, why would they want to put a collar on him that hasn't fully charged yet? Like, especially if it was one that, like, because here's the thing, they said that it was going to take him, like, 2 hours or something for him to exit hyperspace and reach Earth, I think, was what they said when they were judging his trajectory. So we're talking about a collar that took, like, roughly 2 hours to charge, as opposed to, like, just having one that was already ready. I think, like, if that were the explanation, I just think that would have been, I feel like that just makes them look incompetent. I think it just kind of, like, pushes the problem down the road. And, like, here's the thing, too, is that later, when they're, like, actually pressing the button that activates the stun feature, they don't actually know what it is. They don't know what it's doing. They just have, like, this remote control, and they're like, hey, what does this thing do? And they're just shocking Stitch, and it's played off for laps. It's like, ha ha ha, they're using this thing that can actually effectively immobilize him. But... and then it's just kind of thrown away. So they have the scene where he, escapes. There's also this weird line where, like, the guy who's in the holding cell, this guy, who's actually instead of, like, having this little uniform on, he's actually in, like, a hazmat suit, which I guess I guess that's a little bit better. There's actually a surprising number of changes that feel welcome in this version. I say surprising because I'm like, it's not much, but, like, a surprising amount is like any. If there was one thing that was better in the live action movie, that would be surprising. Just take that as you will. So this guy who's watching Stitch is like, oh, stop messing with your spit. The Federation forbids being gross. It's just, I don't know, it just stood out to me. It's like, so there's a law against being gross? What's the legal classification of, like, what constitutes being gross? Legally, I mean. It's not like a big deal, it's just a throwaway line, but it's a weird line to throw in. It doesn't affect anything, it's just, let me nitpick, goddammit! Let's see, what's next? So, here's the other thing, too, is that the opening scene is very fast. Everything from the council scene to Stitch's escape to even, like, when Plinkly and Jumba are being deputized, all happens within, all of that, all three of those scenes happen within, like, the span of, I want to say, maybe 4-5 minutes? Whereas here, let's see, this is the 4.5 minute mark. Yeah, the opening here is like, oh yeah, and then getting Jumba is, like, all of this is almost 10 minutes. They, like, really skim down on this, and when you see the kind of details that they remove, it really makes a difference. So, for starters, one of the big things that happens after Stitch escapes is that he gets into the ventilation system. You even, like, have a scene where Jumba is like, oh, he's in the vents! I'm gonna shoot him! And then he points out that he's headed for the power grid! And, like, the power goes out before he even gets to finish the sentence. And that's significant because it's part of the reason why they can't pursue Stitch immediately. Like, immediately once he goes into hyperspace, part of the reason why they can't just go after him is because they do not have the power to. Granted, I don't think, like, that's as big a thing. I think you can also, like, have another reason as to why they didn't go after him immediately in the live-action version. But at the same time, I feel like if you were to hurry, you could probably intercept him before he even lands on Earth. Considering that, like, he has, like, 2 hours until he gets there. If you were to get him, like, just as he exits and is in orbit, you could potentially get him. But, like, that's never really thrown around. It's just assumed, oh, we can't go after him, because the hyperspace jump blew us back. Which, it's just, there's... I don't even... do I even want to, like, bring up hyperspace jump effects when I know that inevitably it's just going to lead to me talking about a tangent about The Last Jedi, but whatever. So, he gets the red ship, and everybody starts, you know, shooting at him, and there's a big old dogfight. And in the original, well, let me just say what happens in... So he escapes in the live action one, as he does, and so, hold on, let me find my notes. Save the Last Jedi rant for a different video. I mean, like, everyone's talked about, like, the whole hyperspace warp thing anyway. I feel like it would just be redundant at this point to talk about it. So, he escapes, and she's, the councilwoman is immediately like, I want to find out where he's going. Where is he going? Where's 626 gonna land? And they're immediately like, oh, he's gonna land here. He's gonna land on this planet. And so then there's the scene where they're like, oh, it's mostly covered in water. And here, let me pull that up just as, like, a visual. Yeah, so she's in the bridge, and they notice that the planet is mostly covered in water. And then as they zoom in, it's like, oh, it's actually gonna land on an island. And so he's, you know, gonna survive, actually, whereas they were hoping that he would just drown. Can I ask you guys something? How do they know that he's gonna land there? I want you to really think about that. So he went into hyperspace. How do they know that he's going to land there? But, what? Doesn't that same question apply to the original? It's like, no. Because in the original, there was this, again, little things that they leave out in this opening that just kind of make it inferior to the opening of the live-action version. So in the original, you had that dogfight. Stitch is fighting them. He goes through a bunch of them. And then one of them, like, runs into him, and his ship is severely damaged by it. And it's, like, you can see his engines breaking, and, like, there's smoke coming out. His ship is clearly disabled. Like, they're even saying, we got him! Like, it's only a matter of time until we can, you know, secure him. And then he goes into hyperspace. The implication being that if they just followed his general trajectory, they would know where he was gonna land, because he wouldn't be able to control where he's, gonna land. That was how they knew he was going to land on this specific island. Whereas in the live-action movie, his ship just goes to hyperspace just 'cause. And it's perfectly functional. It works. There is no reason why, after he exits hyperspace, he couldn't just fly literally anywhere else. There's no reason why he would land specifically on that island. There's no reason why he wouldn't land anywhere on the planet, or even on the planet at all. He could fly somewhere else. But they're so certain he's going to land specifically on this island, and I'm just like, how? How do you know that exactly? So then the conversation comes immediately to, we gotta destroy the planet, because there's this dangerous creature there. And then, enter Pleakley. Oh, wait, sorry, before I get there, Jumba is just on the bridge for some reason. For some reason, in order for you to take Jumba to like a holding cell, you have to like pass directly through the main the head bridge where all the piloting and important stuff happens. There's apparently no other way to get to the holding cells without taking Jumba through there, and so he's just conveniently there to be like, you know, Councilwoman, I've come to, or no, what's his name? Dormammu, I've come to bargain. I will get Stitch. Because we can't just have, like, the Councilwoman be like, I've run out of options, I have to go to Gantu, like she did in the original. No, we're just gonna have, like, Jumba walk through here. Because, Pete, then the rest of the movie wouldn't happen. Oh, shoot. God damn it, you got me. You're absolutely right, Mark. My one... Alright, you know what? Video's over. Lilo and Stitch is actually 10 out of 10. No, I'm kidding. But, like, yeah. It's... yeah. God damn it. They could have easily fixed such an issue, like, by including, like, spread out and search this set of islands for a signal or other signals. Well, that's the other thing, though, in, like, the original, is that it was brought up as a suggestion. Oh, let's just send a military force down there. And, like, Blinkley is like, no, crazy, these are very simple creatures, and, like, if you send aliens down there, it's gonna cause planet-wide panic. A conversation which never happens in the live-action version. They just immediately jump to, I'm going to send, like, an illegal, dangerous fugitive after this alien, as opposed to, like, going through all of her options. And honestly, well, first, before we even get to, like, the other options, there's still she does bring up one other option of just annihilating the planet. Which is weird that they have something like that they just have a Death Star on hand, whereas, like, before, in the original movie, it was implied that they were going to gas the planet. Where, like, I'm assuming they would have, like, some kind of chemical weapon that would destroy all life on it, which seems a little bit more plausible than just, like, oh, we just have a laser that can just blow up a planet. It's like, I know that we don't get like, a good look at, like, what the Galactic Federation looks like, but I don't know. I'm getting kind of fashy vibes with the implication that you just have a Death Star on hands. Not that it really matters anyways, but it's kind of interesting to me that, like, you point that out. But, I mean, I guess it's only slightly bigger than the idea of having, like, a chemical weapon that's capable of wiping out all life on a planet. But I don't know. I guess one just sticks out more to me. It's not a big deal, I suppose. But anyways, so, now, as she's making this suggestion, Blinkley then comes in, as he does, being like, no, you can't do that. Casually brings Death Star into a solar system. Yeah, sure you could. All the Earth systems couldn't possibly detect that. Oh, God. I want Star Wars and Kingdom Hearts so bad, just because I want, like, a super weapon like the Death Star to exist in Kingdom Hearts. I think it would be so funny. I think it would be so hilarious. Anyways... join me on my Kingdom Hearts streams when I talk about how much I love Kingdom Hearts. But anyways, we're not here to talk about that. The first question I have is, why is Blinkley here? And again, you're probably asking yourself, wait, Pete, couldn't you say the same thing about the original? No. Actually, because literally immediately after, like, a sensible thing that happens, there's a throwaway line, immediately after the Councilwoman hears about what happens to 626, and that he lands on the planet and figures out how much time that they have. She's like, I want an expert on this planet now. So she called for Blinkley. That's why Blinkley showed up, is because she called him. Whereas in the live-action version, he's just there. He is just on this ship, coincidentally and conveniently, and just happens to overhear her talking about blowing up the planet to stop her mid-sentence. Again, because the movie wouldn't happen if like, that weren't the case. like, again, it's this thing where they forget about these little tiny things, these little throwaway lines that, like, actually have big implications that they don't think about when they make these adaptations. They just see, like, the noteworthy things, and they're like, okay, we'll just play this beat by beat by beat. We're not gonna care about these other little tiny things. No! Every little thing in these movies are good because every little thing about them was very deliberate. I'm gonna blow up the door to darkness and some, probably. God. Could you imagine just like Billy Richards is like, I'm opening the door to darkness, sudden, like, spontaneous laser that, like, blows it up, and also blows up his big boat boss for no reason, and you just have, like, Darth Vader with, like, his helmet off being like, yes, I am redeemed, then dies. But not before he gets to self-destruct the Death Star. Just, like, out of nowhere. He just shows up at, like, the very last minute of Kingdom Hearts 1. So yeah, Blinkley is here, and, what's the next thing? Oh, yeah, so immediately after he says that, you know, you can't destroy the planet, we're rebuilding the mosquito population, which, apparently is a real thing in this movie. The whole, we are using Earth as a wildlife preserve to rebuild an endangered mosquito population, that's a real thing. That's not like, for those of you who haven't seen the original Lilo and Stitch, at the very end, there's the social worker, Cobra Bubbles, turns out to actually have been a former CIA agent that helped save the world by convincing the Federation that mosquitoes were an endangered species and that Earth needed to be protected and as a wildlife preserve, basically. But, like, it was a lie, obviously, because the idea of protecting mosquitoes and honestly, I don't even know granted, what would happen if, like, you removed mosquitoes from, like, I feel like it would affect something, but, I mean, would it really be that bad? Would it be, somebody Google that. Somebody Google that. If mosquitoes went extinct, would that throw the world into complete disarray? It's so comical, too, because it's, like, one of the most annoying creatures on Earth, which is, like, part of the whole joke. But apparently it's not a joke in the live-action version. That's just true. They are just using Earth as a, food chain. You take the bloodsuckers out, where would we get the malaria? You know what? That's an excellent point. Mosquitoes are a major part of many food chains. I can probably believe it, I just don't know what it would be. But, so, that's real, apparently. Now, instead of, like, making a couple other suggestions, like, well, let's just blow up the island. Or let's send a strike force down to retrieve the 626. She throws out, like, all these other ideas, and, like, Blinkley is repeatedly like, no, that would be terrible. Some animals would lose out on one of their prey, but the animals that eat them have other options. That's kind of like what I'm thinking. Like, granted, I could believe that, like, it would, drastically affect some aspect of some food chain out there. It's something that I kind of wonder, because, like, and that's part of the whole joke, is that most people wouldn't think that, mosquitoes being endangered would be that bad of a thing. So the idea of suggesting that Earth is used to rebuild and a quote-unquote endangered species that is actually one of the most annoying creatures on the planet it's funny. Removing mosquitoes would stain many species across the world. However, only 15% of skeeters drink human blood. That's also a good point, too. Again, I can believe it. It's funny. I mean, it's a little bit less funny now that you have removed the joke and basically just made it, no, like, that's just a real thing. But anyways, so, instead of, like, going through all of her other more sensible options, of, like, let's send someone else down there, let's send a strike force down, she immediately jumps to, no, I am going to deputize this random one-eyed dude who is being really weird and kind of creeping me out, because, like, there's this constant joke of how, like, Plinkly weirds her out. Whereas, like, in the original, she was still very professional and respected, like, his intelligence of this planet that she didn't know much about, because, you know, you kind of need to. This is the guy who is the expert that you called. But anyways, so she just immediately jumps to, I'm going to release an incredibly dangerous fugitive and just have him go get 66 back. And again, like, that's what they did in the original, but it was only after, like, she had exhausted all other ideas. And I guess if you just want to figure that out yourself, that the idea that she didn't want to, like, expose, like, maintain secrecy, I can understand jumping to that immediately. It's just, I liked the whole going back and forth of where, okay, this is my last option. Oh yes, I only know all this because I had the same question after watching this very movie. Ah! Okay. So, yeah, so she's like, yep, I'm gonna let Jumba and Plinkly go down there. Again, like, the entire reason why she asked Jumba was because of his expertise in tracking Stitch. Which, again, wouldn't even be a problem so long as, like, Stitch still has the tracking collar on him. She could send literally anyone else, maybe some guy whose name rhymes with Rantu, you know, just maybe, who could follow the signal of his tracking collar and go get him. Like, granted, he later takes off the collar, 626, but, like, it's implied that he can't take it off just with his sheer strength alone, which is actually kind of weird that he can't do that considering the strength that he does have. He actually needs to, like, short it out with, like, a really high voltage electricity and then tear it off, apparently. So until he can, like, find a high, you know, a source of high electricity, they can still send someone after him who's not a criminal. Whereas, like, again, in the original, they didn't have, like, any kind of tracking methods beyond just Jumba being someone who knows a lot about 66, and so she's like, alright, you're my only option right now. Again, though, under the assumption that, like, if this doesn't work out, I'm gonna send Gentoo in there. Whereas here, I'm not even sure that she had, like, any such plan B if Jumba couldn't be relied on, because he very obviously cannot. He's very obviously, like, a lot more evil in this version, for those of you who haven't been aware. 626, not 6... Oh, did I say 66? I'm sorry. Yeah, no, 626. So, and, like, that's something I'll talk about, like, as we go on. 'Cause what I like about Jumba in the original is that he was very, well, maybe not very, but he seemed almost indifferent to, like, his capture. He was more concerned with, like, whether or not people saw him as a genius than, like, whether or not he was going to be, you know, known as, labeled a criminal forever. And it really, there's a lot of things about his behavior that really didn't, like, indicate that too much. Granted, I think it still mattered to him. It was kind of like part of this whole thing about him where he was like your classic mad scientist. He was a mad scientist in the sense that, like, you know, he gave off very Mad Hatter kind of vibes. He wasn't really, like, evil per se. He just cared first and foremost about his experiments and being able to conduct them. If it happened to hurt anyone in the process, then, you know, like, it is what it is, but it's not like he was going out of his way to hurt other people, or that he specifically cared about, like, hurting other people. But we'll talk about that as we go on. Whereas, like, here, he's repeatedly, like, he's like, I don't need a babysitter. I don't need to be, like, looked after by this Plinkly guy. I can do this all by myself. He very clear, and then he's also the one who's bartering with the councilwoman as opposed to, like, her coming to him, which just makes it seem like he's scheming something of some kind, and just makes him seem a lot less trustworthy. Whereas, like, in the original, when she went to him, he was actually, like, surprised. He was like, what, me? You want me to go get? He was surprised when she asked him to go get it. Like, he probably knew that she was going to ask him for, like, his expertise with tracking him down. He was not expecting her to, ask him to get 626 specifically. You know? It gave a different vibe about him that I think makes it a little bit more believable that she would resort to him. As, again, granted, I could still believe that she would still go to him in the live-action version. I just find it ever so slightly less believable because of how they portray Jumba's character as much more schemy and evil than he was in the original. Let's see, what else is there in the opening? You can already see, we're still in the opening, by the way. I think that's everything. Yeah, just the strike force. Honestly, the biggest thing that I just dislike about this is the fact that, you know, about the opening anyways, is just that Stitch, his ship isn't damaged, and so I don't know how they're able to predict exactly what planet he's going to land on. So then you have, like, the scene where it zooms into Jumba's face, and he's like, oh yeah, what planet is caught in your crosshairs? And then we cut to the fish. The new movie sounds like a stage play that was improv by a dozen high school students who all watched the movie once in elementary school. I mean, is that not just all Disney live-action movies these days? I mean, if I were in Jumba's shoes, in that moment, I'd be caught off guard at the person who hooked me up asking for my help, too. No, for real. For real. But, like, I guess if Jumba weren't being conveniently taken through the bridge, like, if he didn't have the chance to offer his services, I guess maybe he would be surprised, but, like, he clearly jumped at the opportunity immediately, and it just makes him, seem a lot more schemy and less trustworthy than Jumba did in the original. So, then we cut to, the opening. You have, you know, your usual kind of thing. You have Lilo, who's swimming, and she's going to give a sandwich to Pudge the fish, and Pudge is a puffer fish in this version, which I think you could still say that, like, Pudge in the original was also a puffer fish. If they can find a shot where Pudge... Yeah, there he is. Yeah, I guess you could maybe argue that that's a puffer fish. Maybe? Probably. I mean, like, it's believable. Like, I would believe that a puffer fish would eat a sandwich. Have you guys seen what a puffer fish would do to, like, most smaller fish? Have you seen what it would do to a centipede? Those things are fucking... Good lord. Yeah, so, she's swimming, and she's going to dance practice, just like in the movie. But she gets sidetracked. And, like, you know, you're probably thinking, oh, well, she got sidetracked in the original movie, too. And, like, you know, taking a picture of tourist, which I kind of liked. What about a carrot? Oh, yeah. I forgot about that. I just remember the clip of, like, somebody feeding a centipede to the pufferfish that just, I don't know, because, like, I've never seen a pufferfish, like, eat. I mean, like, I guess it would make sense. I don't think that, like, pufferfish would be like, they seem like carnivores. I never seen them be carnivores before that, and so it just kind of stood out to me. And I like this little quirk in the original movie, where, like, she's taking pictures of, like, tourists, basically. I remember, like, kind of like how, I'm sure, you guys have probably seen that deleted scene where, like, there's a bunch of tourists who are going, like, hey, guys, look, a native! And, you know, she's probably, you know, doing this with the intention of, like, yeah, this is how I feel to you guys. You know, let me take a picture of, hey, look, a tourist! I'm gonna take a picture of you. I think it's a cute little quirk that she has. Now, she does not do this in the original movie. Or, sorry, she does not do this in the live-action movie. You gotta ask yourself, wait, so then what is she, like, wasting her time on? Well, on her way to dance, well, not practice, just the dance itself, she sorry, I'm trying to find in my notes. Um, yeah, so she sneaks into a hotel resort and chills around in the hot tub and talks to an old guy who's like, "You don't seem like you should be here." Then she walks by some dudes who are fishing, and she steals the fishing bobbers or like fishing hooks that they have. Like she literally bites off their fishing lines, which I'm not sure you could like. I feel like how old is? I don't think a child can like bite through fishing line. I'm not even sure. Like I think if you try hard enough, maybe you could bite through fishing line. I guess I've not really tried it, but like fishing line is tight. I guess I don't know. I'm nitpicking. All right, but like point is she steals like a fishing hook from a couple of dudes right off of their fishing lines, which okay, that's a thing. And then she goes to a guy's farm to release a bunch of his chickens because they need to be free and not caged. And then she goes to dance practice or to the dance. Sorry, not practice. It's just actually a dance. So she's late because she did a bunch of this other stuff that she didn't need to do. Whereas, like, you could have just, like, left it at, like, she wanted to give Pudge the fish a sandwich. You know? You didn't need to add, like, all this. I think what they're trying to do is, like, they're trying to add to the fact that she's a problem child by, like, stealing things from people who are just trying to, you know, do some fishing. Causing, you know, mayhem for like a farmer, and also sneaking into a resort where she doesn't belong. But like, why do you need that? You know, the thing about, you know, giving Pudge, like, why is giving Pudge the fish a sandwich not enough? Why do you need to add more stuff onto that? Like, okay, you want to say that she's a problem child, and you want to add that, fine. What does this add, per se? What does this actually give us that we didn't have originally? Like, now, all you're saying is, like, she wants to wait, she doesn't really seem that interested in dancing, you know? Now she is just deliberately wasting time with, like, a bunch of other stuff that making it seem like dancing really isn't that big a deal, which it kind of should be. It kind of should be a big deal, because, like, a big thing that she's angry that Nani didn't show up to the dance, or to watch her dance, basically. And it kind of undersells that when you give the impression that, like, dancing apparently doesn't matter to her very much. That she's willing to waste her time on all these other things that she doesn't need to be doing, just to tell us something about her character that we already know. Something that I was curious about was if they adapted the deleted scenes in the original, such as Pudge's death or the beach alarm scene. I'm not aware that they adapted any of those. They definitely didn't adapt the alarm scene. And Pudge's death, we only see Pudge once in the movie. We never see Pudge again after the opening. It is to note that Lilo believes... oh! Yes! Yes! I want to talk about this. Yeah, so the thing about, like, Pudge the fish being, like, why that's an especially important thing about her character, and you guys have probably seen the meme too, is, again, like, later they reveal that, her parents died in a car accident, and it's said that it was, you know, because it was really rainy. So her parents died because of the weather, and she believes, and she gives an offering to a fish once a week that she believes controls the weather. Just the implications of that, and how much character that adds. Like, that is all you need. You do not need, like, all the stuff where, like, oh, she sneaks into a resort and she lets loose some farmer's chickens and she steals fishing supplies from just regular passerbys. It's like, okay, so she's a prick. Why are you did not need to add this. This doesn't tell us anything about... This certainly doesn't, like, service her character any more than just the whole Pudge the fish thing. That's plenty! And it's told so subtly, too. Like, it's never spelled out directly. It takes you quite a while. I think it had to be pointed out to me before I realized it. As I'm sure, like, a lot of other people did. She's not a troubled child. She's a troubled child. I think it's a bit of both. You know, at least in the original... I think it's a bit of both. She is a problem child because of, like, how troubled she is by the death of her parents. then she gets to the dance scene. Billy Donuts! Hold on. Emergency. Nope. This is an emergency. Donuts. Donuts. I'll be right. I'm gonna. Welcome to the party, Billy Donuts. Well, or should I say, welcome to the shit show, Billy Donuts. Alright, now that I have my donuts, now things are slightly better than they were before. But they still suck, but that's not your fault, Billy. So then comes the dance scene, and I had a pretty good idea of what was going to happen, because, you know, in live action, you can't really have, because there's the scene at the very end when Lilo beats up on Merlot, I think is her name? The one in the glasses, basically, because she calls her crazy. Here, let me... And, you know, obviously you can't have that happening in live action, or at least not with, like, child actors, because child actors are not trained. Myrtle. That's the one. Yeah. Lilo myrtles her. Am I right? Am I right, ladies and gents? All right, you know what? We'll save that. Anyways, so and like obviously you can't have like a child actor beating on another child actor, because children aren't trained to give like fake punches or fake, you know, you can do that with adults because adults are old enough to be able to be like, because what happens if they accidentally, you know, punch the other child for real? Again, one more, like, you can't have this scene where Lilo beats up on Myrtle in live action, because, like, that would mean you can't, yeah, children are not trained to moiter. That comes from the, that comes from their heart. Exactly, Mork. So, they, instead, they just have her, like, push her off the stage, and then I'm sure there's probably, like, a pillow at the bottom of the floor, because, like, she falls off screen, and you don't see her, like, you know, because obviously we can't have anything happening to the child actors, because that would be child endangerment. Again, one more reason why this movie really shouldn't have been in live action, because, look at this! You can have this scene that really expresses, and, like, yeah, sure, you can still, like, express the idea that, like, Lilo is a problem child by having her push another child off a stage, but, like, it's not as impactful as this, when, like, she immediately jumps into a blind rage and starts hitting on another child violently like that, and it said, like, and even biting her. You can't have that in live action, but you can in animation, because there's no children to be abused. It's all the fun with none of the moral implication. God, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I had to. But, like, again, there's just so much of that in this movie, and really in all live action movies, where Lilo is 6? Oh, I guess that makes sense. But, it's like, why did you have to make this? You're limited more than you were in animation. You can do more stuff in animation. You can have these kinds of scenes. You can have a giant 20-foot tall whale lord called Gantu and have him walk around. You can have Jumba and Plinkly, like, you know, dress up and drag and do the hula. And as opposed to, like, just having them be, like, live action actors in disguise for most of the movie. You can do that. I don't know why, who asked for this? Who asked for this? Who wants these? Clearly not enough people if they're putting their live action projects on hold for the time being, but... Excuse me. Pretty sure they made it just to keep the license. Wait, they have to make another movie to keep the license? Really? But like Lilo and Stitch belongs to Disney, doesn't it? Or like would that belong to like is there like an original creator of Lilo and Stitch who it would go to? Cuz I'm pretty sure like this movie isn't based on anything that I'm aware of anyways. That would be kind of interesting, I guess. Like if the implication is that excuse me. If the implication is that they don't actually own Lilo and Stitch, then I'm kind of like, who does then? Who owns the rights to Lilo and Stitch then? I'm actually kind of curious. And here's another thing. Another thing that I don't like about this scene is that it shows the kids bullying her first, and then she pushes her over because she's being bullied. Whereas like before, it was like she was acting weird, and then here's the thing: is because a big thing about this, and part of the reason why like Lilo and Stitch is such a good movie is because of like the parallels between both Lilo and Stitch, is that both of them are very problematic, admittedly, like because of their upbringing, because of like certain things, both of them growing up without parents for a good chunk, if not entirely their lives, for the for in Stitch's case, but that they are both problem children to an extent. And so the idea that like the girls are only shown bullying her after she beats up on Myrtle, I feel does a much better service at communicating that it is because of her troubled behavior that like people don't want to be around her, as opposed to just people like these girls bully her, and so she then has, I don't know if I can really explain it. I just feel like it's a little bit less effective when because here's the thing, it says a lot about Lilo's character when like the only thing that sets her off is being called crazy after, like, probably on top of like just the frustration of having to go to the store and buy peanut butter to feed Pudge, and then just being called crazy, and then that being enough to like incite a blind rage. Basically, in the movie you have her like trying to make friends with the other girls and trying to be nice, and they're all like, oh, you're ugly, and then they kind of like shove her while they're dancing, and then she pushes back. And you could still interpret that as being, oh, well, they're probably bullying her because she acts, weird in like a lot of other kinds of instances. Whereas, I don't know. I don't know if I'm really like wording it as well. As I feel like it sounds better in my mind. But I feel like the accentuation towards Lilo's behavior, which is important because, it's important to establish that in order to parallel it with Stitch's, feels a lot better when you have her make this violent action first, and then you're shown later all the girls try to excise her from just any kind of friendship of any kind, whereas like the live action movie does the reverse, where they're shown being bullies before she actually does anything like major, like pushing them over or something like that. So, all right, what's next on my notes? So yeah, then there's the usual stuff. There isn't really an interaction between like the girls and Lilo after that point. I think there are some montages, and the but like I don't really think the girls ever really show up again in like the live action version. So it goes straight to her, walking. Oh right, the dance. So since this wasn't a dance practice in the live action version, it was the actual dance itself. and Nani was late because her truck stalled, and she couldn't, drive over there quick enough, and she only got there just as it ended. And so Lilo's mad at her. Uh, she walks home. I kind of wonder, I guess, like, well, yeah, so Lilo walks home, and then Nani gets there, finds out that she locked the door, and well, this time, like, she didn't nail the doors closed. It's just that, like, they're locked. And so she's trying to, like, reach in to grab the keys that are, like, hanging conveniently on like a nail just inside, like, the open window, and somehow she can't reach it somehow. Then oh yeah, then she decides that, oh, I'm gonna break the window down because I'm to get in there, and then Lilo just closes the shutters, and then suddenly that's apparently enough for her to be like, oh, I'm not gonna break the window anymore, which is just kind of weird. So you're fine breaking the window in order for you to get in, but you're not fine damaging your shutters. Anyways, then the hold on, I only have like so many screens. I have my notes on like one, and I gotta jump back and forth between it and the live action or sorry, the animated movie. I couldn't possibly have the live action movie. That's just not a thing. So then the social worker comes by at that moment, and of course there's the thing of being like, oh, well, we're gonna have to go through the back. Now, in this version, Cobra Bubbles is he's in this movie, but he's not the social worker. He is actually a member of the CIA. So it's it kind of sucks too, because he served as like a really good antagonist because of like how, like, just dude had like sheer aura, and it made him really threatening as an antagonist, just like with the way that he always seemed upset by like everything that Nani was doing. Whereas here, the caretaker is like some other woman who's like, fairly nice and stuff, and I guess that's more realistic, but it just doesn't have the same kind of, it doesn't pose the same kind of threat that Bubbles did as an antagonist, and that's disappointing because it's yet another thing that was done better in the original and not as good here. So she gets in, and just like Bubbles, she takes note of like a bunch of things that are being done wrong and that show that she is like unfit to be a parent. In this version, they have a couple of other things besides just so like there a lot of the things like from the movie. He finds out that, or at least she believes that Nani left Lilo alone at home. There was the whole not being able to get into the front door and having to go through the back. She left the stove on and noticed the drawing of Lilo being alone. But there are some other changes. So she did notice that Nani left the stove on, but like it was after they had already walked into the kitchen and like sat down and she was preparing tea. So who's Cobra? Cobra is this dude. He's this guy right here. That's Cobra Bubbles. Yes, it is a weird name. So, so the fact that they were already in the kitchen and like setting up tea and stuff, and apparently like she must have walked past the stove at least once, and apparently never noticed that the stove was still on since that morning, and just didn't turn it off until after it was producing smoke. Now, some other things that they also added were apparently the smoke alarm was disabled, and it didn't have batteries in it. Now, Lilo says that it's because Nani took them out because it kept going off, but then later I think there was some kind of throwaway line where Nani told Lilo that she forgot to replace the batteries in the smoke alarm. I'm a little bit I think that was a throwaway line at some point. So I'm a little bit confused as to what the actual reason is. But that's honestly what I'm wondering is why it's not like chirping if you took the batteries out. Because I'm pretty sure, like, it still has. I'm pretty sure smoke alarms keep like a charge for like a good few days without a battery before it like actually goes dead. But I mean, that's all right. That's a choice, I guess. So then another thing was also that the social worker noticed a bunch of bills on the dining room table that were unpaid, and so there's that. All right, that's a good point. She takes note of how little food that they actually have, and that their fridge isn't stocked. I mean, they have like several boxes of Capri Sun, and I mean, like, I'm not saying that that's like I'm not saying that that's like a substitute for like a stocked fridge. I'm just saying for like the price of a box of Capri Sun, you could probably buy like twice as many bottles of purified water. I mean, I'm not, and also the fact that like you can make a sandwich and like feed it to a fish. You can afford to like feed a sandwich to a fish once a week. I don't know. I suppose I can believe it that like you're low on food, and like there's a scene later where like she tries to make a sandwich, but it's apparently like haphazardly put together, and Lilo doesn't like it, and so she spits it out. So that's a change I guess I don't mind too much. It's just another thing where I'm like, okay, but why? Like the original was kind of serviceable just with like the stuff that they did. And then there's the thing that they practiced. The battery is a part of the detection system, not the power system. No, I get that. But like it wasn't chirping is my point. Like, I'm not saying that like it would go off, because like it didn't. I can believe that like it wouldn't go off. What I'm saying is that like when you take the battery out, it will chirp for like for however long it has until the charge actually dies. I get that they need batteries, but they can chirp without batteries, and that's arguably the whole point, is to remind you, hey, the battery in this is dead. I'm going to use what little bit of charge I have left to basically just remind you repeatedly, you need to replace the batteries. So again, it's not like a problem that like it wasn't or that it should have been. It was just weird to me that like it wasn't chirping. And then there was Lilo's kind of like reciting what they had rehearsed before. So like in the movie, it was I eat 5 meals. I eat a decent amount of food, and I take walks, and I eat the 4 basic food groups. I look both ways before crossing the street. I take long naps, and then she misinterprets Nani as being like, oh yeah, and I get disciplined with like a pillowcase full of bricks. They don't have that in this version. In this version, it is, oh, I eat a lot. I eat so much, and then it hurts when I eat so much. I guess maybe the social worker is interpreting that to mean that like she's not actually eating a lot, and that the pain that she's feeling is because she doesn't have a lot to eat, I guess is what they're trying to say. I don't know. It's just I feel like the original one had like a little bit more charm. And again, the fact that it's not like Cobra in this scene thought that like Nani was actually beating her little sister with like a pillowcase full of bricks. But it was still just one more thing to like add to like the list of reasons why he felt that Nani was unfit. Whereas like the other is like, it's more of just like an offshoot of, oh yeah, you need to stock your fridge, by the way. It just feels unnecessary, which again, like, is just a lot of this in general. So hold on. All right, where am I in my notes? Lilo. Yeah. So oh, another thing that I was a little bit confused by is like how, so when Lilo is like reciting all this stuff to the social worker, she's actually like fairly upbeat about it. She like sounds happy, which is very drastic from how she is here. Um so like you can see she has like a forced, obviously fake smile that she goes back on, and then she like starts listing things off and being like, I eat well, I get plenty of sleep, I cross the... And, like, she sounds that way because she just got back from dance where, like, she got in trouble for beating up a girl, and, like, she's depressed, she's sad. Whereas, like, in the live-action version, she's suddenly like, oh, yeah, I make lots of friends, and I do all this other stuff. And, I mean, it sounds fake, but it doesn't sound like the kind of... It doesn't sound like she is forcing herself to be happy. She's just like she does here, where she is just saying these things that she, you know, was told to say, basically. It just doesn't give, like, the same kind of vibe. I wouldn't say that's necessarily bad, but, like, it feels inferior. Again, like a lot of things in this, the live-action movie. So... Then comes the talk between the social worker and Nani. And again, because you don't have Cobra Bubbles, you don't have, like, the intimidating scene where, like, he takes off his glasses and be like, I am the one they call when things go wrong. Instead, it's like, okay, well, let's set some goals. Let's do... you seem like a goal-oriented person. You seem like a very smart person. I'm also gonna point out the fact that your parents died. Because we can't have that just, like, very naturally introduced when... God, it's... she just throws out, like, I know it wasn't that long since your parents died. It was... I don't know how to describe it. That line felt so forced. To be like, their parents are dead, guys! We can't... The first movie wasn't subtle enough. We have to, like, put it, like, front and center in your face. You know, because the animated movie apparently didn't do a good enough job at that. But anyways, so then she's all, oh, well, we can set some goals for you. So get these bills paid and do da-da-da-da-da, clean up your house and stock a fridge. Apparently, she also doesn't have health insurance for her and Lilo, and so that's another goal that she sets. And, like, it ends, instead of ending very, like, we are in big trouble, you know, like, again, the ending, again, the whole voodoo thing, which was, again, this was, it stands out to Cobra, seeing that, like, she's doing, you know, voodoo on what she believes are her friends. Again, sticks out that, like, okay, maybe she shouldn't be in this kind of environment if, like, she is behaving this kind of way. There could be something about, even if it not Nani, that's influencing her, or at least that's what he's thinking. And so, just one more thing, they didn't have that in the live-action version, because at this point, she's already, like, sounding uppity and, like, happy. Her depression has apparently kind of gone away at that point, or at least it sounds like it. And I'm, like, the child actor is, for Lilo, she's good, she just doesn't know... She's not good enough to play someone... Lilo's voice actor from the animation was spectacular. It really captured what, like, a child, especially what I feel a troubled child, would kind of sound and talk like, basically. And, like, that's really amazing, because we don't get a lot of good child actors. Ever. They're children. Like, we can't blame them for that. But, like, good God, when a good one comes along, holy shit, the earth shakes, man. It's an event. I'm sorry. These donuts are good. Billy, you are my favorite part of the day. But, like, yeah. So then, instead of you having, like, this moment where, you know, this big, intimidating, you know, guy with sunglasses just saying calmly, in case you were wondering, this did not go well, and then breaking the door open full of nails with one pull, which just, again, Cobra Bubbles, dude has so much aura, man. He's so cool. Whereas like with the social worker here, it's just like, oh yeah, we set these goals and we'll talk again on Friday and see how things are. And it ends very like, I won't say uppity, but like hopeful, basically. The tone ending this scene, yeah, JoJo freeze frame for real. Dude, Cobra Bubbles confirmed stand user. Just the water though. Fucking absolutely. I believe it. He looks like a stand user, dude. He looks so. I had a McDonald's toy of him when I was a kid. When the movie first came out. I don't know what happened to it, but like it was one of the it's just one more of the reason why like he stood out to me, where I was like, oh, this is a character from the movie. And like since I had a toy of him, I was like, I want to see him in the movie. And so when I finally saw it, I was like, yeah, I have a toy of that guy. And he just fucking does shit like this. It's so cool. Anyways, so again, it's the tone, because this sets the conflict, the side conflict of the whole, you know, she's gonna lose custody of Lilo, and it's very negative. It's very hopeless, or like it's supposed to feel hopeless, because, like, he specifically says this did not go well. And granted, there was still a lot that happened in, you know, a lot of negative stuff that happened when the social worker came over in the live action version. But the tone is so different from how it is here. It feels more hopeful of like, oh, we're giving you another shot. You have a chance. You can do this stuff. And it makes when Nani chases after Lilo in the very next scene feel much more tonally out of place. Because like here, it's like she's scared out of her mind because they fucked up in pressing the social worker as he leaves. She turns around. She's furious with Lilo, and then begins the chase. Whereas, like, in the other, it feels like a bit of a whiplash. Cobra Bubbles, stand name Ocean Man. Yes! He gonna take you by these hands, lead you to the lands that you understand. But not the ones you don't understand, only the ones you do. Alright, so, so about that chase, and it's, oh yeah, and of course they remove the scene where, like, Lilo jumps into the dryer, because we can't have kids doing that. Like, even though, I guess I can understand why they might remove that from, like, the, certain versions of Lilo and Stitch. But, I mean, in a way, it kind of, like, adds to her character, the fact that, like, because a troubled child, I feel like a troubled child would do that, you know? Be like, I don't care if it's a dryer, I'm gonna jump in there and hide from my sister, you know? And the whole thing, too, it's portrayed in a comical tone, which is, again, just feels inferior. Like, there's, like, funny music playing in the background, or, like, uppity music playing as they're chasing her around, and as she's yelling at her, they're yelling at each other, when, like, it's not supposed to be comical. This isn't funny, guys. Like, you're playing this haha funny music, oh look, she's taking her little sister around, and oh, they're yelling at each other because, like, they made things look worse for them when the social worker came in, haha, isn't it funny? No! No, it fucking isn't! There's a fly on my screen. Like, this isn't funny. This is, like, two sisters who may be separated from each other. And, like, and their relationship is being torn apart. Even more so before they've even been separated. And, like, in the original, there was still, like, a bit of music, but, like, it complemented the tone. And then at points like this, where they were arguing with each other, and, like, you had Lilo tearing up a little bit. It went... I want to say there wasn't any music in the background when this was happening. It certainly wasn't happening when, like, they were arguing. And you had Lilo saying, "Why don't you wish that I was a rabbit? Because it would be you would rather have a rabbit than me." And then Nani, of course, being like, "Well, a rabbit would be quieter and more respectful than you," which they also removed from the live action movie. So when they make amends and Lilo is like, "Did you really mean those things that you said?" It's like, what things? She didn't. What things did she say that you didn't want her to mean? It would be really funny if this entire social worker plotline was undermined by a random neighbor character. Oh, we're about to get to that, Sam. We're about to get to that. Oh God, I need another bite of my donut to get ready for that. But hold on, let me get through my notes. All right. So yeah, so they skip over a lot of the stuff about wishing that she was a rabbit. That's just completely gone. And then immediately after, then we cut to this new character that we have in the live action version, who is a neighbor from next door who I think is supposed to be David's mother? Excuse me, hold on. I think or his grandmother. And so of course, because David and Nani are close, or at least I think they're supposed to be, if they're anything like their versions in the original, which is probably hoping for too much, but anyways. So she's all like, "Oh yeah, you're our Ohana too." So she's all part of the Ohana, their family and such. And they bring up again, like, how there is certain bits of exposition that just feel really poorly, like, in your face. And there's this one where they talk about how Nani wants to go to a university to study marine biology and become a marine biologist. And it's this... People say that it was a university in California. I don't remember where in the movie it... Excuse me, where in the movie it said that. Maybe it was on the pamphlet that she was trying to toss in the trash. But, like, so the reason why she wasn't going to this university was because, Lilo needs me here, so I can't go overseas and study there. I mean, never mind, well, wait, why can't you go to, like, a university here? Like, if you're apparently, everybody keeps talking about how, like, talented and amazing that Nani is, and how apparently she got enough scholarships to basically pay for her entire, to just get, like, a completely free pass to this university. But, like, she can't get any such scholarships for any local universities within Hawaii? Like, you're looking to become a marine biologist, you're telling me that there aren't any other equally, good universities with it, like, near you on Hawaii that study marine biology? Wouldn't that be, like, one of the best places to study marine biology? But anyways, so and it's thrown in your face where, like, I don't know if it was implied that the grandmother put it in the trash and it was supposed to be for Nani to find it, and so, like, the grandmother is all like, what is that doing there, like, all sarcastic, and like how, like, she actually knows about it or that she did something to it, but I'm not really sure how she planted that there and knew that Nani wouldn't just, like, trash it entirely. Yeah, so this is the whole introduction of how, like, she's giving up going to university for her to be able to take care of Lilo. And the first thought, as I was watching this, the very first thought that popped into my mind was, like, why doesn't, like, this lady take care of Lilo? and then she go to university. Like, it wouldn't really be an ideal ending, you know? It wouldn't be ideal, because the whole, you rob the whole, Ohana thing and the ending of the original, and really just make it, again, inferior to the original in every way. But, like, it is a solution having... And I was thinking those exact thoughts in my mind. Never would I have realized, because, Pete, in the rest of the movie... Mark, what I'm describing is the movie. I mean, like, you're right, but, like, also, we're gonna get there. Holy shit. Everything I'm describing right now, that turns out to actually have been the solution the whole time. And that's what they do at the end. So, we'll get to that. We will get to that. You mean money, 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 I think, right? Yes, Raichi, exactly. So, yeah, a lot of this, I don't know why they introduced her, why they feel like it is better for her to, well, we'll talk about it when we get to it. So then David is walking over, and he's like, oh, hey, you want to go surfing sometime? And, she's like, no, because I got to take care of Lilo. I don't think I really had any problems with that. Well, actually, no, I do have a problem with that, because it literally happened in the same scene where you're talking to your neighbor who said that she is willing to help and that she is Ohana. Why can't you go surfing, like, once with David and have, what's her name, watch Lilo for a bit? She says that she can't do it because she has to wait until Lilo is 18, but I'm pretty sure she takes Lilo surfing later on in the movie, I'm pretty sure. Hold on. I honestly, I don't remember. I'm pretty sure they all went surfing. So why... She said that she can't take Lilo... she can't go with David to go surfing because she has to watch Lilo, and she can't bring Lilo with them because she has to wait until Lilo is 18, but then they bring her with them to the beach later anyway, so why... I mean, I guess that was also after she had lost her job, so she had a bit more free time, but I don't know what the whole 18 thing was about, what that... Anyways, I think that might have been, like, because they were talking about that after she had lost her job. I think that was probably just the only reason why they did it later. But, like, the point still stands, though. If she wanted to go surfing with him sometime, she could leave Lilo with this convenient neighbor just for, like, a few hours. It wouldn't have to be, like, it probably shouldn't be something very often, but, like, if they really do consider each other family, it's like, I don't think they really thought through the implications of leaving this, other person. Because, again, a big reason for the conflict that Nani was having, trying to maintain this threat of losing Lilo, was the fact that she was just one person trying to do everything. And she didn't have anyone else who could help her. And now you throw this other person who can help and is offering to help, and suddenly, like, everything... In the back of my mind, as I was watching the whole movie, just this whole, the thought, just going back to this woman being like, when you have her there this whole time, it removes a lot of the stakes, because even if Lilo gets... We'll talk about it, we will talk about it. But anyways, so... After that, then there's the whole making amends scene. Or, no, not the making amends. No, then we cut to Stitch, who is going to crash onto Earth. And it's weird. So, like, Stitch is taking a nap on the ship, and then the check engine light comes on. I don't know why. His ship is in perfect working condition. It wasn't damaged in the fight. He immediately went to hyperdrive before he could get into a fight with anyone. So I don't know why the check engine light is on. So he then turns off the check engine light because he doesn't want to check it. And then it goes off again. So he hits it again. It's supposed to be comical because it's annoying him. And then it goes off a third time and he just breaks the console entirely. And then everything else starts malfunctioning because he's breaking things, and now he's breaking more things, and you forget that this is a guy who was introduced as being faster than not a supercomputer, but, like, is supposed to be able to think faster than 10 supercomputers. He's incredibly intelligent, and he can beat Jumba at chess. That's actually a scene that happens. They show him in a little flashback where he beats Jumba at chess. But apparently is too stupid. Like, he crashes his own ship. So going back to, like, what I was talking about earlier, where, like, the reason why he crashes... Here's the thing. If his expected trajectory was Hawaii, isn't, like, destroying his ship and, like, making it, like, veer violently left and right, because that's something that happens. Wouldn't that potentially throw off his trajectory? Because, Pete... I know, Mark! I know! Let me have this! Please! I need it... Like, legit, these are the chewiest donuts that I've ever had. It's so satisfying to take a bite out of them. Alright. But, like... So... That... And again, if he didn't break his ship, if he didn't just, like, completely break everything, it means that he could have landed literally anywhere else, and then the Federation would have lost him. He could have landed anywhere else on the planet. He could have landed on the moon. He could have gone, like, anywhere and, I guess, you know, look at that check engine light and fix it. And, I mean, we see later he's able to, like, supercharge, like, a child's toy just by crossing some wires. I have no doubt in my mind that he could, like, fix whatever is wrong with the engines, considering that the ship is barely damaged at all. But we need him to break the ship so that he crash lands on Earth. And it is conveniently in the exact spot where the Federation knew that he would land. I don't know how they knew that he would land there when he hadn't damaged his ship enough to crash land at all, but that's where it's landing. Where's Billy Donuts when you need him? Listen, Billy did his job. He delivered his donuts, and I have them, and I'm happy for that. Then after he's you know, crash landing, then we cut to the apology scene. Let's see, what are my notes on that? Yeah, okay, so then, yeah, like I was saying earlier, Lilo is like, you didn't mean what you said, did you? And, like, she says the same thing in the animated version, where, well, I mean, not the same thing, but, like, more or less the same meaning, where she's like, I like you more as a sister than a mother, and, you know, then she says, and you like me as a sister more than a rabbit, right? Again, because she thinks that Nani actually, you know, would have wanted a rabbit as opposed to her. And of course, Nani reassures her, yes, of course I would prefer you, you know, over a rabbit. Like, I didn't mean those things that I said. She still says, oh, did you mean those things that you said? And I'm, like, struggling to remember what did she say that, like, Lilo doesn't want her to mean. Because, alright, so in my notes... She points out that Lilo forgot to replace the smoke alarm batteries, or at least I think there was something like that in their chase. It was kind of gargle. I'm vaguely remembering it. She was blaming Lilo for oh shit, I completely forgot. Something else that, like, Lilo says to the social workers, that she practices jumping out the window, and she apparently had an injury from when she was trying to do that. I'm not sure, like, unless they're trying to imply that Lilo in the live action version is suicidal, I'm not sure why they added that, or what it was for, because, like, it never comes up again. But yeah, so Nani was mad that she tells her that she told the social worker that she practices jumping out the window, which, I mean, I don't know why she would take that back. Like, I would be mad if, you know, my sibling said something like that when it's only going to make things worse. And then, oh, yeah, and then there was one point in the chase where she's like, she asks rhetorically, of course, do you want the social worker to break us up? And, like, again, it's a rhetorical question. I'm struggling to think, what did she say that, like, Lilo doesn't want her to mean? She didn't, because you removed the line where she says that, oh, a rabbit would be better than you. So it kind of, like, takes away from this apology scene. It's like they're trying to make, and again, probably because when you have, like, a sister, you know, one sibling telling another sibling, oh, I wish I never had you as a sibling, would suddenly, like, stick out like a sore thumb in a scene with, like, happy, goofy music going on. Oh, this is a comedy scene. And then suddenly throwing something in there would feel very, never mind that the scene already feels just very tonally wrong with the comedic, tone that it had. But I guess if there were any reason why they removed that line, I guess that must have been the reason. I rarely eat donuts, really. I also rarely eat ice cream, but I often drink soda and coffee. I drank both at once. I drank a cold soda after drinking hot coffee. Raichi, were you with us on that one Sonic Unleashed stream when I was talking about making homemade ginger ale? Like, it's surprisingly easy. I've been meaning to, like, try it with, like, some other things, because, like, it's fairly easy to make homemade ginger ale, and apparently, like, some other kind of sodas that, but anyways, yeah, no, I'm kind of the same. I really only just have a donut because Billy Donut shows up, and I don't really eat it like a whole lot of other sweets each week. Yes, I am, and I've been, on every gaming stream of yours. Right! Sorry, I've slowly been getting a few more, like, faces that I'm forgetting who my regulars are. I'm so sorry about that, Raichi. Yeah, so, the apology scene, yeah, it was, as far as, like, everything else goes, oh yeah, there's the scene where, oh yeah, Lilo does bring up, I like you more as a sister than as a mother. And, like, again, something that was previously, like, a very hard-hitting line is now used as comedy, because then you have, like, Nani follow up with, ouch. Like, you didn't have to add that. Like, the original had this, where Lilo was like, I like you more as a sister than a mother, and then follows it up with, and you like me more as a sister than a rabbit, right? Like, that hits hard. This is a really good scene right here in the original, where, like, they're talking about, where they're making amends. I don't know why they had... Why did we need this movie? Why did we need this remake? Why did this need to be remade? Anyways, I don't think there was a whole lot else. Original, aren't we watching the original? No, we're talking about both. I'm just using the original as, like, a visual, because I couldn't possibly have any video of the live action one, because that would be piracy. Where was I? Yeah. So then then comes the shooting star. So, or the quote unquote shooting star, comes down, and so Lilo is, of course, like, get out, I have to make a wish. And you have Nani, like, looking in as she, you know, sees her sister making a wish for, like, a new friend. And, like, in the original, you see here, she looks disheartened because her sister is wishing for a friend. Just a single friend. Because, like, that's a pretty strong indicator of how lonely someone is when they don't have enough friends that they feel the need to wish on a star to have one. She looks understandably sad. Whereas, like, in the remake, she's she's grinning a little bit. Oh, she's quirky. She's doing her. She has like a little bit of a grin, I want to say. I think I'd have to look at it again. There was just something about like her general facial expression that didn't feel like worry or, sadness. It felt more like, "Aw, my sister is endearing. She's making a wish on a star. Isn't that cute?" Like, again, no, it isn't. Also, whereas in the original, this becomes a motivator for Nani to be like, "You know what? I am going to get Lilo a friend. We're going to go get a dog the next morning." Instead, the next morning, their neighbor is just like, Lilo just asks the neighbor, "Hey, I want to go to the dog pound," and then they get a dog there. This is, you guys, it's not even like that. Why did you change it? So, before we get to that, I suppose, then we get to Stitch, who's out of his ship, and there was another reused audio line here. You can very, very clearly tell that they took the exact lines that Stitch had in the animated version and just dropped it into his audio in the live-action version, as opposed to, like, making something, new or re-recording it, which is weird, too, because, like, this isn't like a James Earl Jones situation where he actually, because from what I can tell, a lot of the new lines that they've done for Stitch really aren't that bad. They're not that noticeable. But, like, the older ones are, just because, like, you can hear the exact same inflections from, back then. I don't know what's so wrong with, like, recording new ones. Maybe you can, they're probably not going to outdo the old. It's all the more reason where I'm like, if you're gonna, like, reuse a lot of old voice lines for Stitch, why are you even making a new movie? If you're gonna, like, reuse a bunch of stuff from the original, why just leave the original as it is? Anyways, I know the answer to that. It's a rhetorical question, Mark. Do not answer that question. I know the same goes to the rest of you, chat. I know the answer. Let me dream. So, Stitch lands, and then the shock collar suddenly, yes, because money, because lazy, because all those things, and more, God, I need more donut. I don't have enough donut. Welcome to the donut eating ASMR stream. Okay, so then comes, well, not really Stitch's introduction, but like, you get to, we have like this scene where, so in the original, pretty simple stuff. He gets out of the ship, he goes down, he, is on the road, it starts raining, I think he sees a frog, oh, yeah, so the frog, yeah, and then he gets hit by a truck, and he's probably on, like, some kind of, maybe it's a freeway? No, this isn't a freeway. Freeways would normally be bigger than this, but, I mean, I imagine it's not, like, somewhere local is the point. So, like, the truck would also be moving pretty fast. And so then, yeah, he gets knocked out, he gets ran over, and that's the how he ends up at the dog pound. Now, in the live-action version, they decided to take it a little bit step further, and they decided to add in an extra scene in between when he gets out of his ship and when he gets ran over by not an 18-wheeler, not two 18. I forgot, he gets hit by two 18-wheelers in a row in the animated version. Instead, the live-action version, he gets hit by a tour bus, moving at like probably like 40, 45 miles an hour tops, considering that it was in like a city kind of area. But there was another scene in between those two moments where he is just terrorizing some wedding party. I guess. And at first glance, it's, like, oh, this seems like fairly harmless. It's just, Stitch being, really crazy, party crasher. He is, eating all the cake. He is, disturbing everyone's fun time. He, farts in the punch bowl, that kind of thing. Stitch is supposed to be a weapon, though, is the thing. He is a dangerous weapon that the Federation had to, like, put him in, like, this incredibly high, secure ship to keep him maintained with, like, giant blasters several times his size that lock onto his genetic signature. Like, his whole thing is, he's not a party crasher. He can be, but, like, at least at this point of the movie, he is supposed to be a deadly weapon in the original movie. So, like, he's so high-strung, he shoots at, like, droplets of rain. Yeah, like, a little bit of rain falls on his head, and he just shoots upward. He's violent because he is a weapon who is, and I quote, programmed to destroy everything he touches. So, like, when you tell me that there is a creature who is incredibly dangerous and, a threat, so much so that a galactic federation is like, we have to exile this guy on an asteroid just to keep everyone safe, and he's suddenly thrown into, like, a crowded civilian area, you need a very good reason as to why he is not tearing people apart piece by piece. He also doesn't have his guns. He doesn't have his guns because we can't have him shooting people. And he is just a party crasher. He's just a guy who is, like, really rude. And I mean, again, there is a reason that we see later as to why, like, he's not a violent animal around Lilo, and it's part of, the whole conflict. But, like, until he meets Lilo, his whole programming is still destroy everything around me. Like, for fuck's sake, when the truck comes along, oh yeah, then he's pointing a gun at, like, the frog. He's like, he's sticking him up. I don't know what he's saying. And then comes the truck, and his first thought is, I'm gonna shoot my guns at this thing. And it, runs over him instead. Because again, he is a living weapon. He is a violent living, oh shit, it might have been 3 trucks. So dude got ran over by 3 18-wheelers. Donut ASMR. I mean, if you want. There. To all you people who hate chewing sounds, I apologize. I hate chewing sounds too. I don't know why I did that. I'm very sorry. Are those oil rigs? No, I think they're it looks like they're carrying lumber. I mean, one of them could be an oil rig. I don't know. And then, like, in the live action, he just gets hit by, like, a tour bus, which is still pretty big, but, like, it was also in a civilian area, or, like, in a, so it must not have been moving very fast, whereas I could believe that they'd be moving pretty fast on this road in the middle of a forest somewhere. Also, the frog, that's another thing. So, like, you have the frog watching him get ran over, and of course we had to have him do that in the live action version as well. But, like, the first time that he encountered the frog was, like, all the way somewhere else. And it just teleports over here in the middle of the road for no reason. And I don't know why it did that. But, where was I? Yeah, so, yeah. Stitch is he's not a party animal. Or at least not at this point in the story. So, like, him going to, like, a wedding and doing nothing particularly violent or dangerous or threatening to anyone there just feels very out of place and kind of forced for the sake of having this comedic scene, which you didn't even need to have in the first place. You didn't need to have this. Again, if, like, the worst that he ever does is just, oh, he, like, inconveniences a bunch of people, then, like, it makes it a lot less believable that the Galactic Federation would go to such lengths to exile him on an asteroid. Chemical trucks weighted down by liquid weight, which is incredibly dense weight. Those shorts are equal to a full cargo by estimates. In short, damn, Stitch is tough as sin. Oh yeah, no. Like I want to say one of the things that they've said is that he is indestructible, and I mean, like in the animated movie, he survives like an explosion on an active volcano and like uses that to get like flown into the sky. Dude has like Toon physics levels of durability. He's insanely tough, even though this still knocks him out. But yeah, so there's this scene where he crashes a wedding. I don't know why it's there. It just feels pointless. And it really only makes him seem like he's not as much a threat as he's supposed to be, and it undermines his threat. But then he gets knocked out, and he wakes up in the pound, which I don't think is the very next scene. I think in the next scene, oh, no, in the next scene is when, Jumba and Plinkley are landing, because we get, like, a bunch of, excuse me, little dynamic between Jumba and Plinkley throughout this movie, which is not as good as how it was in the original movie, but again, broken record, that's everything in the live action movie. So, they go to a resort in their like alien forms, and they're gonna like get, you know, 2 humans' DNA so that they can look exactly like them, and they do that. And you have Plinkley, who is geeking out over, oh, I can't wait to sneeze for the first time and see a coat hanger. And, like, I understand kind of what they're doing. I understand, you know, Plinkley is supposed to be very excited by, you know, human stuff. But, like, they add in stuff that doesn't make any sense. So he's fascinated by coat hangers. How do you store your clothes if you guys don't have coat hangers? If no other aliens but humans have coat hangers, then what do you do with your clothes? And then the same thing with like sneezing. He's like, he makes it sound like sneezing is something that only humans do, or that it's something that is so fascinating about it, when like in this movie, Stitch sneezes. Like, you're telling me that there's no other aliens but humans that sneeze? That is something that is so fascinating to you about humans that, like, nobody else does that? Clearly not, because Stitch sneezes in this movie. Anyways, it's very silly. They're really dumbing down Plinkley, didn't they? Oh yeah, very much so. God, like, Plinkley's whole thing in, like, the original movie was so funny, because while he was fascinated with Earth and, like, was excited to go, the whole joke was that over time, he eventually began to hate it. Because, like, you know, he began to find out, oh, mosquitoes are fucking annoying. They're really annoying, and then I think he gets attacked by a shark off screen, or like he says that he gets attacked by a shark, and he's, you know, got like a squid on his face, and he says, oh yeah, I hate this planet. It's the joke of, like, you have the guy who is so fascinated by this planet but knows nothing about it, excuse me, and then when he finally gets first-hand experience about it, suddenly he now hates it. It's like, that's a funny joke. Which was removed from the live-action version, because everything about the live-action version just has to be, they don't understand anything that was so good about the charm of the original. It's so annoying. You guys had this movie for, like, more than 20 years. You have been sitting on this movie, like, it's existed for 23 years, and, like, you've taken nothing away from it. Intergalactic culture shock, basically. Yeah, so then they get a hotel room, they're at the resort, they have their human disguises, because it costs too much to have animated Plinkley and Jumba walking around, so we're just going to have their voice actors playing their live action roles. And, yeah, so then they're gonna go after Stitch, who they find out from a newsreel was taken into a um, a pet. Well, yeah, into a pound. They just find that out by like complete happenstance, and that's something else that was dumbed down about Jumba is that in the animated version, he was not only able, he had such an in-depth understanding of Stitch's behavior that he was right behind him at every turn. He was right on his tail, found him almost immediately at the dog pound because he understood Stitch that well and was like constantly watching him at every available turn while he was with Nani and Lilo's family. Whereas here, in the live-action version, he's actually struggling to keep up with Stitch, which is problematic for like a bunch of different reasons that we'll get into in a little bit. Let's see. So then comes the scene where they're gonna take Lilo to the dog pound, and again, instead of Nani being like, I'm going to grant Lilo's wish and give her a friend, so we're gonna go get her a dog, instead Lilo is just like, I want to go to the dog pound, and tells the neighbor, and the neighbor is like, sure, let's go. And apparently it's implied that she's been here before, but like only just looks at the dogs, has never actually taken one before. But today, conveniently, they now decide to adopt a dog, even though every other time that they went there, apparently they never adopted one before, because Stitch is just that special. Didn't they have the bio tracker? In the animated version? I think they did. I don't think they had a bio tracker in the live action one. In fact, they had a joke where after Stitch had short circuited the tracking collar, there was a joke of like, our mission can't possibly fail, and then Stitch short circuits it, it loses connection, and then the computer says mission failed because he said the thing, guys. He said the thing, but actually it was not the thing. He said a thing that was the case, and now that thing is no longer the case. Isn't that funny? Guys, isn't that so funny? I'm sorry, I'm I get it's not that bad, but like anyways, I don't think there was ever really a mention. In fact, like so often they use like mechanical tracking devices. Like they use a tracking device that they put on Nani's truck much later in the movie to actually follow him. Whereas, so in the live action movie, I don't think there was a bio tracker. Which actually that's a good point. Holy shit. So like the same guns that like they use to track his I mean, I guess unless they're saying that in the live action version, the whole genetic signature tracking thing doesn't extend outside of the ship. I don't like. Point is, they were never tracking Stitch through his genetics. Is the point that I'm making. Yeah. So they go to the dog pound, and Stitch is there, and of course he's like, he's gonna get out of there. But oh no, Jumba and Plinkly are like right outside. Here, let me, I guess, for the visual. Yeah, so he goes outside, but Jumba and Plinkly are right out there, and they're shooting at him. And he's got to find a new plan of attack, because if he gets hit, then he'll get knocked out, and they'll take him away. And it's the same thing in the live action version. But instead of using a plasma gun, they're using tranquilizer darts, which sort of lessens. So like when Stitch does get adopted, when Stitch gets adopted and he starts using Lilo as a human shield, yeah, so then you got this scene, and it's kind of actually, they don't have this scene specifically in the live action version, where, suddenly Lilo, oh, come on. I'm trying to pause it so that, like, I don't set off, content ID. I'm just gonna wait for, like, a couple seconds. And so, yeah, then Lilo comes in, and that's when Plinkly intervenes, because it's like, oh, we can't harm humans. But, like, in the live-action version, they're not using plasma cannons anymore. They're using tranquilizer guns. Which, I mean, yeah, that would suck if that still hit a human. but, like, it wouldn't hurt them. Hell, Pleakley gets hit by a tranquilizer dart, and he's fine. Like, besides recovering from the tranquilizer dart, he's shown to be perfectly fine after he, is able to move again. Honestly, if anything, it might be beneficial, because if they knock out any humans in the nearby area, that means that they won't see them. And they'll be able to retrieve Stitch without alerting anyone. It's just kind of weird where they're suddenly like, we can't do this anymore. I honestly, shoot, actually, now that I'm thinking about it, did they... Maybe enough to down Stitch is enough to kit. Never mind. Yeah, no. To my understanding, I don't know if like you can. I don't know what would kill Stitch. Well, actually, no. Drowning would kill him. Yeah, because he would need oxygen. That's established to be the case. That like you would need to drown him, which would be fairly easily if you just dropped him in water because he can't float. His molecular density is too great. So. Again, another change that is not made for the better. Now, so Stitch is with this family, but like we're going with the whole thing of like Stitch is using this family as a human shield so that Jumba and Pleakley are limited with their options. And like the first question comes in of, why does he want to be with them? And again, this is a question that was answered in the original, where the whole reason why he wants to stay with Nani and Lilo is because Jumba and Pleakley are on his trail at every waking moment. There's an entire montage where it's shown that they are watching from the sidelines at every turn, ready to pounce on him whenever Stitch loses the family, and so he has to stay with them. This also means that he can't be violent around them, because Pete... I know, Mark! Let me have this! Let me be mad! Where was I? But in the live-action version, Pleakley and Jumba are not able to keep up with Stitch, and in many cases, they lose Stitch at, like, so many turns. Like, when they get to the resort where David works, here, Jumba and Pleakley arrive after Lilo, Stitch, and Nani had already left because Nani had been fired. That's how far behind them they always are. So, like, Stitch could, theoretically, ditch these two, and, like, he would be pretty safe for, like, a good majority of the time. So, again, and, like, of course, because of his destructive programming, he would want to do that. Like, again, it's part of the whole thing with the montage in the original, where he wants, here, let me find that one. So this scene right here, this is a good example of this. So you have Nani, Lilo, and Stitch who are out here. They're going to have a good, fun old time having a picnic out here. And so she brings some food, and of course Stitch can't eat it because he's a dog. Not supposed to eat sandwiches or whatever. And so he's, getting he's curling up a fist, like he's about to fight them or something. Because again, his destructive programming requires that he be destructive. He wants to destroy things. He does not want to be tied down by this family. But, just as he's about to, oh no, there's Jumba and Pleakley with a gun in a paper bag, reminding you, oh yeah, we gonna come after you. If you're gonna throw hands, we gonna come after you. This scene so perfectly, encapsulates Stitch's dilemma. And so, of course, Stitch is like, but I don't want to be here. God, I could feel that. And so then he hugs Lilo, and then VLC glitches out because he has to, again, keep up the whole, shtick of being part of their family. Because he has to. Because if he doesn't, even for a moment, Jumba and Pleakley will jump his ass. But this is not the case in the live-action version. Jumba and Pleakley are barely able to keep up with him. They spend like more than a day just looking for him. They're not even able to find him most of the time. There's also the scene where he tries to take Lilo hostage wholesale and then learns that they're surrounded by water. Yes! Yes! Oh god! And they dumbed that down too. So they have the scene where like they meet up with the bully girls. They're walking through town, but they're not on their tricycles though. Or I guess one of them has a tricycle. The other two have like bicycles with training wheels, I guess. Which it's actually kind of funny that like the main girl has to ride like a dumbass tricycle. It's probably the slowest out of the three of them. And so then Stitch steals it because he's like, I want to get away from... Yeah, because he sees Jumba and Pleakley over there. And he's like, I gotta get out of here because I want to destroy stuff. And like Jumba even points this out where he's like, his destructive programming is taking effect. He will find the nearest large city and reverse traffic stoplights, cause havoc and steal everyone's left shoe or something along those. I forget what the exact line is. And so he steals the tricycle and takes Lilo with him because he needs his human shield and goes off to find the nearest large city. Now, in the live action version, the girl isn't on a tricycle. She's on like one of those electric toy cars, like, or carts, I guess, that like move at 2 miles, like slightly, like about as fast as like a hoverboard, you know, one of those little electric toy cars that like move at 0.5 mile an hour or something like that. That's what it is, a power wheel. Now you might be asking, how does he, go very far on a power wheel? Because like, let's be honest, dude, Stitch can run faster than a power wheel. He would not get very far on that. And the explanation that they give is that he hot wires it. He like crosses 2 wires and that somehow overcharges the motors and makes it like as fast as a car? I think it's never really explained. They just expect you. It's like, what was so wrong with the tricycle? Like, I can believe that he can move fast on a tricycle because Stitch is really powerful. And so, like, if he just pedaled really fast, I could believe that he could, like, go from one end of the island to the next because it is powered pretty much exclusively by his ability to pedal. Whereas, like, with a power wheel, how are you making it move that fast? And it gets worse, too, because, okay, so in this montage, you have, but wait, Pete, there is an important character that we need to know, is in there, is the lifeguard in the Baywatch swimsuit in this movie. Titan, I got some bad news for you. I'll save it. We'll hold off on it. But, anyway, instead of having, like, this little montage where, like, he goes to 3 different ends of the island and then finds out that there's no cities and they live on an island, instead, he goes to one end, he sees the beach, and immediately he's like, this must be an island! No place that has a beach, there's no landmass, which I mean, I guess technically is true, depending on, like, if you just want to describe island as a landmass that is surrounded by water, but, like, that's not the actual definition of it. Like, it's like the difference between a planet and a dwarf planet, you know. Little size and scale has a part to play in it. And so, he goes to just one end, and then immediately starts freaking out as, like, Lilo is saying, man, it's so nice to live on an island with no large cities. And so he's realizing, oh, well, that sucks. I don't get to carry out my programming. And, again, it's just... So then we cut to the other montage of Lilo trying to train, Yeah, yeah. I'm sorry, Titan. It's yeah. I'm sorry too, man. Um then we get to the montage of Lilo trying to train Stitch, which was also changed in the live action version. Surprise, surprise. I don't have enough donut for this. I'm sorry. This next one I'm going to have a bit of a mini rant on. All right. So we all know in the live action version, we have this montage of like Stitch being a general troublemaker because he's not able to, enact his destructive programming, but he still needs an outlet for for that destructive programming. And so Lilo is struggling to make him behave. He like throws away her water sprayer. He wants to punch her, but like he knows that he can't. He throws that ball at this other guy and nearly knocks him out. He assaults a dog with ice cream and like throws some, and just being a general, a general nuisance. Again, going back to like the whole scene in the live action movie where he was crashing that woman's party, or the wedding party. Yeah, I can believe that he would crash a party, but like only in like these kinds of situations where he has to hold himself back. The reason why he's a troublemaker here and not a destructive force of nature, just destroying everything around him, is because he can't. This is the most he can do without, getting Jumba and Pleatley to go after him. That's why he's a troublemaker for this part, is because he literally cannot be anything more than a troublemaker, which the live action version does not get. Surprise, surprise, this isn't the only thing that the live action version doesn't get. So instead of like this little montage of Lilo struggling to, train Stitch, instead she decides, I'm going to take him to the beach and we're going to have a fun time. And instead of, Stitch being a dickhead for most of the time, it's him being like, I want off this island, I want nowhere near the water, and Lilo is dragging him to the water and being like, oh, we're gonna have a fun time, I'm gonna drag you somehow, even though you were apparently able to drag an adult woman like twice my size, or 3 times, I guess. And so Stitch is just having like a miserable time, but he's not like doing anything mischievous. Now, later, there's the scene where he's destroying all the sandcastles. I'm sure you guys have seen it in the trailers. And then Lilo is like, oh, so you like causing trouble, do you? And then she takes him to the resort where they both break in and they steal some stuff and they go around being mischievous and they hang around in the hot tub where they're not allowed to be. And they're getting along and they're having a fun time, both being troublemakers. And you're missing like the point of Stitch from the original. Like, the whole reason why he didn't get along with Lilo or anyone was, like, because he was essentially, like, a mirror to, like, Lilo's face in a sense, where he was troubled for a lot of the same reasons as Lilo, and had, significantly more problems as a result of it, just as a result of not having a family, and being designed the way that he was. And so it's a lot less impactful when you remove the struggle of trying to train him. It's where's my notes? Oh shit, I completely forgot. Cobra Bubbles, there's a point. I mean, like, I completely forgot about Cobra Bubbles because he's barely in this movie. There's like another subplot where he and a bunch of other CIA agents are investigating the spaceship crash where Stitch landed, and they're trying to track him down, but like it means nothing. He's literally just there. So honestly, I don't know why he's here. He really doesn't serve much purpose. Outside of like the ending, and even then I don't exactly know why he was needed for the ending. He's not a social worker anymore, or I think he's the head social worker at one point, but like doesn't really do a whole lot. Yeah, I don't yeah, he's kind of he's just there. He's there. He's not as good as animated Cobra Bubbles, in my opinion, but he is there. But back to the montage. Where is that in my notes? Oh, yeah, another thing about Lilo purposefully trying to get in trouble is that it doesn't make a lot of sense for Lilo and to want to like encourage doing troublesome things, which she does more than once with Stitch in this movie, when she understands that like it's going to reflect poorly on the social worker. Like, again, part of that's something that comes up later, where in the animated version, where Bubbles is like, next time I see this dog, I expect him to be a model citizen. Whereas in this movie, in the live action movie, it almost seems like she doesn't care if, like, she does something troublesome enough that it would get Nani in trouble. And, like, are we just supposed to believe that she was just a dumb kid who couldn't understand that, even though in the original she could? I don't understand why does Lilo want to do troublesome things and essentially just, embolden Stitch's behavior that, like, she's not even really trying to train Stitch. They just both do troublesome things. At Nani's work, they steal food and like dress it up as to make something like for a bunch of people to take selfies with. They have like gunfights with two soda spritzer guns behind like the bar. I don't know how they don't get caught from that. And it's just, I don't know, why did you need to add this? Wasn't it like, again, a big thing, because another big thing about the original was that Stitch was making a lot of their troubles worse. And there's some of that here in the live action version. Again, I don't think it's done as effectively. But you did, it's lessened. You lessen that when you make it so that, you know, Lilo and Stitch get along with each other at like every waking turn, rather than making Stitch at least start off as like a menace to everyone around him, Lilo included. Because of marketability. I mean, yeah, we can't have a girl beating up on another girl, you know, we can't display anything that might hint at like autism or, you know, genuine troubled child behavior. We can't have this cute, adorable character who is the mascot of this movie doing things that are just, it's so I hate it. Thank you, Disney. I hate it. They run into they run into Jumba and Pleatley in as they're driving home, or I think as they're driving to Nani's work. And okay, at this point there was a little incident where Jumba accidentally shot Pleatley with the tranquilizer gun, and so he's dragging his half-conscious body all over the place. So he's dragging him through the street and literally dragging him across a street walk, and they almost get run over by Nani as they're driving to Nani's work. Nobody questions the fact that he is dragging a conscious body on the road. In fact, a bunch of people actually honk at Jumba because he's holding up traffic, rather than helping the guy who is fucking half conscious, face first on the ground. I'm like, sure, if you want to portray Hawaiians as assholes, but like, if I was a Hawaiian, I'm not sure I'd like that very much. I've not been to Hawaii, but I'd be willing to bet that, like, not everyone is that much of an asshole. Pete, the fact you forgot Cobra Bubbles in this movie is telling. Yeah, no, Cobra Bubbles is very easy to forget in this movie. Lilo can just go to the neighbor. That's pretty much the answer to everything. That's literally just the answer to everything. Shoot, what do we have for time? God damn it. OBS, why can't you show me how long I've been streaming? How long have I been streaming? Oh wow, we've already got the 2.5 hour mark. I mean, we're about halfway through the movie. So, and I mean, I feel like there's less to talk about as time goes on. Jumba puts on the tracking device underneath Nani's car, and that's how they're going to track him for the rest of the way. And then the people are just assholes to him completely until we cut away to Nani's job. Yeah, and at Nani's workplace, they're just being mischievous again. They keep doing a bunch of things together because we can't have Stitch doing things that... Like, I don't know why they felt what they feel like they're adding by making Lilo and Stitch get along, like, from the get-go. Or why it wouldn't be more interesting to have, like, a bit of a struggle. Like, even at the beginning, you have, Stitch who ate all the cakes, and then, like, he's trying to put them back. And, of course, Lilo is like, ew, that's disgusting. They're still not quite getting along. I don't know why they felt like having them get along immediately was somehow better than what we had, or more meaningful for that matter. Let's see, I don't really think I have anything else. Let's see, in Fairness Building to Nani. Yeah, and another thing, I guess, like, in the sense that, because a big reason why the conflict and, like, Stitch struggling to fit into the family works so well is also because Nani herself has to come to accept him. And, like, there's that big moment where, at the very end, she realizes, oh shit, Stitch can talk, he's an alien, you gotta help me get my sister back. And, like, she whacks him with a broom. Because she's now realizing, oh, this isn't actually a dog. Because, Pete, the movie can only be 90 minutes long to maximize daily show count. But we did that with the original movie. Why do we need enough? You say, like, we need it to be within 90 minutes. How about we just not? How about we just leave it how it was? But you're absolutely right, though, Mark. That's definitely, like, what they're thinking of. And, like, because of the whole thing between Nani and Stitch was also removed in this movie, I guess in that way, it makes a little bit less important that he be this troubled part of the family, I guess. It still feels inferior to the original. They could have had Stitch be a bad influence on Lilo, as he would encourage her to be more destructive like he is, only for Stitch to realize that acting destructive only hurts him and Lilo. Yeah, I think there is a way you could spin that. I think there would probably need to be, like, some other things to change as well, or that, like, somehow she doesn't understand that what she's doing is going to hurt their family and, like, embolden the or, like, make things worse when the social worker comes around again. But I mean, yeah, I think that's an idea that you could use. Here's a part of your refund for the movie ticket. Yes, the movie ticket that I definitely bought. That, yeah, because I went to see this movie in theaters. I don't know why I'm drawing attention to that. Thank you, Titan Executioner. Thank you so much for that. I really appreciate it. Um, but as far as anything else from this scene explicitly, there was David. There's the scene where like David comes along and Lilo tells him, "Oh yeah, Nani thinks your butt is nice and also that you have fancy hair," um, which I mean, they have that line here too, but it feels a little bit less naturally like led into. So like in the original, it was like uh he asked Nani out, and of course Nani was like, I can't do that because I have like all these responsibilities. And so David looks disheartened, and Lilo, being a really nice person, is like, hey, don't worry, don't worry about it. Like, it's not like she doesn't like you. It's just like she does like you. In fact, I can attest to that because she thinks your butt looks nice and that you have fancy hair. He's like, oh, you have. She thinks I'm fancy, and she's like, yeah, I read her diary. And then in the live action one, it's just David walks up to her because he is concerned about like how busy and stressed her life is, and then just out of nowhere Lilo is like, yeah, but she also likes your butt and your fancy hair, and just throws it out there. It's like, okay, I don't know why you brought that up, and I don't think that was relevant. Like, here it's relevant because she's trying to reassure David that the reason why she's turning him down so much is not because she doesn't like him. It's because she's busy. And she knows this because she can attest that Nani does like him. And that's why she says those things. Like, here it's like, I can maybe see a reason in the live action version why she would bring that up in response to David being worried about her mental health. But it doesn't fit as well, I think. It's like cutting straight into the punchline without a setup. Exactly, Mark. And that's so much of this movie. they do these things where they don't understand, how things were set up in the first place or why it was important to set those things up. They just go into these things and, oh, I know the thing. That was the thing from the movie. I know that thing. So then things go on. Their mischief eventually goes too far, and now in the live action, in the animated movie, what happens was, like, Stitch isn't actually he's actually fairly well behaved here compared to, like, other situations. What happens is that he's led away by a drumstick to get caught by, Jumba and Pleatley. And when they catch him, he, is biting Pleatley's face off. And it causes a big commotion and all that. Like, really, he's defending himself. He has to, because otherwise he's going to get kidnapped. This isn't even really Stitch's fault. It is more so something that is just incidental because of that. Of the fact that, like, he is being chased after by these two. Which is kind of the most interesting part, is the fact that, like, Stitch just inherently being around, even when he is behaving himself, still brings trouble to Lilo and Nani's family. And that happens again later in the movie when Gantu comes along, who is also looking for Stitch and ends up accidentally kidnapping Lilo. It says a lot that, like, even when he is well behaved and justified in his actions, he still brings trouble because as a result of this fight, Nani gets fired. Now, in the live action version, I apologize for the broken version, for the broken record that I am. But I also apologize on behalf of this broken version of this amazing film. In the live action version, Stitch actually gets into trouble. So instead of, like, him getting into trouble incidentally in order to defend himself from Jumba and Pleatley trying to kidnap him, because bear in mind, Jumba and Pleatley haven't caught up to them. They're not even at the resort yet. They're nowhere around here. Instead, Stitch steals some some torches, because he sees, like, David and the others doing like some the fire stick things, and he's like, I want to do that too. And so Stitch is throwing them around and accidentally catches a table on fire. He throws one of the sticks, and it like an entire, actually I think a couple of tables like catch on fire. It's actually pretty big. And that gets Nani fired. Fired. Funny joke. Oh, I thought you said Protestant. Me and the Fat Man stream. I'm sorry. I haven't been to like. I feel bad. I keep missing your Fat Man streams. I've just been busy with like some other stuff. Work has been holding me up. The last couple days we've just been really busy. I wish that your bear was gay. Me on the Fat Man stream. Yeah, guys, you want more of this? These amazing quotes. Go check out Fat Man Falling's channel and check out his live streams on Mondays and Tuesday. Or sorry, just Mondays with friend ellipsis mark. It's just. Hold on, let me get. My throat is kind of dry. So, it doesn't fit as well with, like, the idea, because especially, like, later in the live-action movie, Jumba makes a point of being like, oh yeah, you destroy everything you touch, like, it's your fault that, like, all this stuff is happening, and, I mean, that's still kind of a subtle point that is made in the original, but it's not as effective to be like, just being around this family is making them worse, when you don't actually show instances of, like, even when he's well behaved, it still creates problems. You had a perfect opportunity to do that, and you changed it. Like, they didn't understand what was so good about this, and they just. What's the next scene? What's the next scene that I took notes on? What do we have? What do we have here? Right, so Nani gets fired, they head home, and Stitch is like, oh yeah, give me a high five, and like Lilo is like, no, we're taking this seriously. They also remove this funny bit where Lilo is like, did I get you fired? And Nani is like, no, my boss was a vampire and he wanted me to join his Legion of the Undead. And Lilo is like, I knew it. They remove that. It was adorable as fuck, and it was funny as fuck, but they removed it because I don't know why they removed that. I don't know. And it also makes Nani look so much better that, like, she's trying to, make her little sister feel better. Like, because of course Lilo's gonna feel worse if she feels responsible for getting Nani fired. So Nani's gonna, like, reassure her, being like, no, it's not your fault. It's my boss was a vampire. The fact that, like, Lilo even believes it is, just kind of funny in and of itself. We're gonna remove that. So then they get home. And there's the usual stuff of, like, Stitch, just being a general nuisance in the new house. Very curious, looking around, breaking a bunch of stuff. And then you have Lilo and, Nani arguing because Nani wants to, kick him out. And Lilo is like, no. Ohana means family, and family means no one gets left behind or forgotten. And I like, in the animated movie, like, that is enough to stop her. And she's like, you're right. I'm sorry. You reminded me about what's important. In the live action version, she's like, yeah, well, Ohana isn't reality. This sounds nice, but this is reality. Like, Lilo says, I forget what she says, something along to the effect of, like, why are you going against what mom and dad wanted? And I shit you not, Nani's response was, because we were left behind. Your parents died, you dumb. Just. Why would you describe your parents who died that way? Just why? It's like, out of I think that might be the most questionable change, especially given how this ends. How everything ends in this movie. How she actually, like, leaves Lilo behind and goes off to college all the way in California. And, like, the Child Protective Services actually give custody of Lilo to someone else. The fact that, like, they had the audacity to write that line in here. That's... just... Why? Why would you think that fans of the original would like this? I need to know. What made you think that Nani's saying about her dead parents that they were the ones who left you guys behind? Why the hell you thought that was a good line? My parents abandoned me by dying does work for an extremely immature character. You are correct, ellipsis mark. The fact is, though, that Nani is trying to be incredibly mature in order for her to be able to maintain custody of Lilo is the thing. That is the problem. That is the problem. I'm so... Oh boy. All right. What else do I have in here? Yeah, so then they all go to bed. Lilo brings Stitch up to her room, and he does the usual thing where he's, like, messing around with stuff. Then there's the moment where, you know, where he takes, her photo that she keeps under her pillow. Although in the live-action version, she doesn't keep it under her pillow. She keeps it just kind of on the desk, just out there. And she's like, this is my favorite photo, don't ever touch it. But, like, instead of it focusing on how, like, angry she is that Stitch would even dare touch this incredibly precious, you know, thing to her, it's, like, skimmed over. She's, like, off somewhere off screen saying, that's my favorite photo, don't ever touch it. Like, she's off somewhere off screen, like this is supposed to be some kind of throwaway line, when, like, really, it should be... Honestly, I don't even think they show the family photo, I don't think, anywhere in the movie. I don't think it ever really becomes as important as it was in the original movie. Like, you see here, there's such a big focus on her, you know, placing it gently underneath the pillow and, like, yelling angrily at Stitch. Oh, then there's the part where she puts the, what is it called? A lei? I think is what it's called. I think it's called a lei, L-E-I. The little flower necklace. Yeah, a luau lei. And, like, it calms him down a little bit. Apparently in the live action version, it just, like, makes him, like, completely passive. Whereas, like, in the animated version, it stops him just long enough to be like, oh, these are nice, before he goes back to, you know, destroying things. And again, because we already had the scene of him breaking all the sandcastles, they removed this scene of him, you know, destroying a miniature San Francisco, because that would be redundant. Because that was also such an amazing change in this movie. I'm just... the movie is great. It's great. It's very great. Oh, everyone's favorite change. Everyone's favorite change. Yeah. So, well, for starters, Pleakley and Jumba aren't outside, like, watching them, because they're miles behind. They're not even able to keep up, and so we also don't get the whole mosquito thing either. Oh yeah, and this scene was also removed, where she's just staring at him, and he just gets, like, a can of beans and just crawls away. It's so... just So many good scenes that were just removed, and I don't even know why. But then, everyone's favorite, going through like the different books, the Ugly Duckling. They removed the Ugly Duckling from the live action movie. It's like the book, there's no mention of it ever. There's not even like an actual duck family anywhere in the movie. There's a frog family. Like, Stitch walks past that frog from the earlier in the movie. It has like a bunch of smaller frogs with him. But like, we completely removed the Ugly Duckling allegory just entirely. Even though like that was a great way of showing the loneliness that Stitch was now feeling now that he didn't have an outlet through his destructive programming for that loneliness. You know? It's just even if you want to argue that like even if you want to argue that it wasn't necessary, I don't see how removing this is better. Why? Why would you do that? Why would you do any of that? This also means that we don't get the scene where he's like alone and he's like, I'm lost, mirroring what the Ugly Duckling said in the book. Yeah. Oh, god damn it. Then there's this. They ruined this scene too. They changed this scene too, where when Lilo wakes up Nani to show that like Stitch can play music with a record player, and Nani just like they do it still. They still show him like show her opening, and they use the same again, reusing audio from the old movie where they use the sound effect like the screeching of or not screeching but like the sound of like opening and closing him like that plays too in the live action. Again, just more like reused audio. But Nani isn't looking. Like, she's just not looking the whole time. She's just like, yeah, you got a record player. I'm just like, why would you change that? I don't... It was fine. It was fine how it was. It was funny. Like, the reaction that Nani gives. Look at this. We don't get this. Like, Nani being like, am I sure that, like, is Ohana really worth this? Is this really... You could tell. And then comes the social worker, and then VLC glitches out. The Ugly Duckling scene when Stitch goes outside legitimately broke my heart. Well, this movie is heartbreak proof, so this is a good thing. There's more happiness in the world, because your heart wasn't broken by watching this movie. But mine was. My heart was broken by this. Let's see. I think what else? Oh yeah. So the social worker comes by again, and this time with Cobra Bubbles, who is still in this movie. And Cobra Bubbles coincidentally also just happens to be one of the other social workers, or like a head social worker in that area. And I mean, in fairness, like that was also a big coincidence here too, that like he both happened to be the social worker also just so happened to be a CIA agent that had met the Grand Councilwoman before. Like I it's one of the few problems that I kind of have with the original, but like in the original it wasn't as big a deal because it never became noteworthy until like the very end, where here it's just like, oh, the CIA agent who's tracking down Stitch also just happens to be a social worker, and so he's gonna show up in the next social worker meeting. He also steals a hair off of Stitch, and like they actually focus on it too, where he's like, aha, I got you. They never do anything with that. Like, they make it seem like he had to get a strand of Stitch's DNA for something important, but we never find out what it was for. It's like he literally just grabs a piece off a hair off of Stitch's tail. He gets assaulted, and then, like, as he's walking away, like the camera zooms in on this hair that he's holding up in front of him, like it's something really important, and it never gets mentioned again. Cobra Bubbles is so, he was done dirty in this movie. It's genuinely disheartening because he's such a cool character in the original. Look up RWBY Volume 1 review to find Fat Man. Yeah. No, Fat Man's RWBY reviews are great. That's how I found him, too. As far as, like, everything else with the meeting, I don't think that there was really anything else of note. Stitch does attack Bubbles, kind of like how he did here in the original. It's never really, like, brought up against Nani being like they removed the line of being like, the next time I see this dog, it better be a model citizen. It's just like, oh yeah, it's attacking Bubbles, also we're gonna leave now. It's like, okay, that was definitely a better, superior change to the original. Yeah, I mean, I guess that would explain why they don't have the model citizen if they're not gonna, you know, treat that as, like, you know, very important, but whatever. They do intend to, like, help improve his behavior, but it more or less just kind of stays the same. So, like, we get the montage later where Nani is trying to look for a new job and Lilo is trying to teach Stitch to be a model citizen. And there's a lot of, like, again, Stitch is actually trying. Another example of, like, how even when he's trying, he still messes things up. And so she's not even teaching him to, like, you know, do anything particularly helpful. She just wants him to be like Elvis. And so she's like, yeah, I'm going to teach you how to dance like Elvis. And so, yeah, we're going to, move your hips like this. And so then they're dancing, and they're doing a bunch of dances, and then Stitch, you know, dances a little bit too much, and then accidentally, takes the woman into, so yeah, Nani's not getting that job because of Stitch. Then comes another moment when Stitch is learning how to play, not guitar, what is it? What's it called? It's like a, what is the smaller guitar called? I forget what it's called. God damn it. It, like, makes a very specific kind of, like, high-pitched sound. Ukulele. That's it. Thank you, Titan. That's exactly what I was... Yeah. So he's trying to play ukulele and accidentally plays a note way too high and breaks all the glass, and, of course, Nani can't get a job here either. And again, because... It makes sense, again, because Stitch wasn't trying, you know, to do that. And then comes here where, like, he just straight up kisses a woman and, like, annoys the hell out of her. And then... I'm sorry, Titan. We've reached that scene. I'm going to have to confirm. The lifeguard lady on the right, she's not in the live action movie. Them hips will never be in live action. And we can all just have a moment of silence for the loss of them hips. Anyways, yeah, and so then he's trying to be Elvis. He's trying to put on, like, a show, and then everybody starts, you know, taking pictures of him. Flash photography, you know, annoys him, and so he starts destroying everything because, again, his destructive behavior comes back on because he's annoyed. You know, this is all working pretty well. Now, what does he do in the live-action version? So, first place he goes to is the cafe from the second part of the montage, where Nani was trying to get a job. Oh god, that's so fun. Yeah, so, like, Kiki's Coffee Hut. I don't think they call it Kiki's. Sorry, Coffee Hut, not a cafe. And basically, Lilo is teaching him to be gentle. Just physically gentle. And so she is giving him expensive glassware. I don't know where she got this expensive glassware, but apparently it belongs to the coffee hut or the cafe or whatever. And like, you can guess where this is going, is that he's trying to stack a bunch of these together, and he ends up breaking a bunch of them. And like, a lot of the later ones he breaks by accident, but the first one he's just straight up like, oh, what's this? Glass? Bang. I'm gonna break it on purpose. I'm like, I thought he was trying to improve his behavior. Isn't that the whole point of this like montage, is that even when he tries to be good, it doesn't work? I'm like, why would you have him like purposefully make things worse when like that's not the point of the montage? And again, why does Lilo think this is a good idea to like work with? How did you get your hands on expensive glassware that like you know is going to break and is going to make Nani look worse? So that's the first place that they go to. Second one, or the second thing that is supposed to be like, oh, he's not actually, actually improving, is he takes the power wheel that he stole from that girl and returns it, and it's broken for some reason. I don't know why the power wheel is broken, because it, like, he never crashed it. It's just broken for some reason. Yeah, so, he's trying to Lilo is trying to teach him to make amends, and so he's trying to make amends with these girls, but apparently at some point off screen he completely wrecked this power wheel for no reason. I don't know, so yeah, that they don't forgive him for that, so he fails to make amends. And then later Nani is trying to get a job at the hotel resort, and so so Lilo tries to teach Stitch how to be clean. And so they steal some window washer and some wipes, and she teaches him how to wash the windows. Now, what could he possibly do wrong? Try to clean windows. Well, he sneezes on the window. And apparently the other resort customers think that's gross. And that is enough reason for them not to want to hire Nani, I guess. I mean, I guess I can believe that. It's just, compared to, like, the other ones, like, you're breaking expensive glassware. You totaled, like, what, a $200 toy? And then this one is just like, oh, you're being kind of gross. It's just... You can't make this up. So yeah, and that's the montage. That's it. It's just those three. That's it. Now later, there is one more job that they try to get, and it's when they go surfing. Now, in the original... Oh, right, the social worker. Also, the social worker doesn't show up here. Like, this is supposed to be the point where, like, the social worker is like... Yeah, we kind of... Or no, I think it's later. No, it's just that the social worker is nearby. So, like, in the, surfing is a job... No, a surfing instructor. She applies to be a surfer instructor in the live-action version. Whereas here, David is just like, hey, I know you guys have had a bad day. I know how to fix that. Let's go catch some waves. It'll cheer you guys up. And they have, like, this really, good familial moment with each other. In the live-action version, they don't really get that familial moment. So, like, here, let me show you some of the scenes from the live-action. Yeah, look at them. Look at them being a good old family. Got Lilo riding with David. You get, like, moments where Stitch is like, damn, I kind of want what she has. Like, they're having they're having a gay old time. Stitch is like, hey, I want to do that. And surprise, surprise... A lot of this is also gone from the live-action version, because since instead of it just being, I want to go, let's go surfing to, like, cheer your spirits up since you guys had a bad day, instead it's her applying to a surf instructor job, and so they show her teaching some of the other people there as a surf instructor. Because apparently you can just apply and then just go straight into teaching people how to surf. Just right away. I mean, I guess I guess I can maybe see that. I just feel like there would be a little bit more of a process before you actually start teaching people. You know? Like, what if you teach someone wrong and they start drowning or something? I don't know. I don't know. I'm not like a surf expert. I don't know, it just feels like if you're gonna be like a teacher, I feel like there'd be a little bit more of a process to go on. But what do I know about like surf instruct? Like, actually, I've not gone surfing, so maybe I didn't. Maybe that is how it works. But like the point is, because she's too busy teaching all these other people how to surf, David, Stitch, and Lilo are kind of just like there for a good chunk of the montage. They do eventually go surfing, but it's not as wholesome as it is here. It's more, in fact, it's more so because Stitch sees a dog on someone's surfboard, and he's like, I want to do that. As opposed, like, the whole surfing thing starts off because Stitch wants to try surfing, as opposed to, like, them just being a family, and Stitch envying the family that they have that he doesn't. Like, you see later, like, he sees them, like, having fun through the water, and he's afraid to jump in because he knows that he'll drown. And he's upset about the kind of relationship that they have that he doesn't. And again, like later, you see them building a sandcastle. They're burying Lilo. All kind of fun stuff. And then you have him where he's trying to bury himself in like a sandcastle, and it's a really lame sandcastle. They removed all of this. This is gone in the live action version. It's nowhere. It is just Stitch wants to go surfing because he saw a dog do it, and they go take him out surfing. And then Jumba and Pleakley show up, and they try to catch, Stitch, and then, Stitch falls off into the ocean, and so then, well, yeah, then comes this, well, I guess I'll show you on the, yeah, so Jumba and Pleakley, they're gonna go out to go catch Stitch, and he pops out of the, hold on, I think I skipped past it. I'm trying not to, really trying not to set off content ID. So then, you can see Jumba, oh, he coming! Oh, he coming! Oh, he's coming! And there he goes, he came! And so, it's kind of like that, but just not like that at all. But, so after they fall off the board, Stitch begins to drown, and so he tries to jump on top of, like, to, jump on top of Lilo so that he can stay above the water. Yeah, like that, and ends up kind of like, now, in the original, it's not like Stitch was actually bringing Lilo down. Stitch was trying to grab onto Lilo, and then Jumba grabbed Stitch, which then dragged Lilo down. Whereas, in this version, Stitch is actually just, like, dragging her down. Which, I mean, okay, that's fair. You make someone whose, like, molecular density is just really great in water, like, okay, I can believe that, you know, he would sink a 6-year-old child. Sure, I can believe that. I'm drawing attention to this because it will come back later. So, they go get, Stitch, and Lilo nearly drown. Lilo actually has to be taken to a hospital because she's unconscious and needs CPR. Actually, I don't know, well, yeah, so they take her to a hospital, and, which is bad, because they don't have health insurance. And then comes the social worker who notices that they're, yeah, that they're in a hospital and they have bills to pay, and she's like, I can make these bills go away. The state will pay for this, but you have to relinquish, guardianship of Lilo. I'll never forgive those live action movies for making real life look boring and colorless. The Lion King remake had the problem, and so does this movie. Oh yeah, very much so. There were so many times in the Lion King movie where they were like, just watch YMS's review on Lion King. It's such a good review even now. I'm still waiting on part 2, and I'm hoping that we'll get it eventually. But then again, most people are waiting for his Synecdoche part 6, so who knows when we'll get that. But yeah, it's a lot of the same problems. So now so actually, before I move on to the social worker doing her thing, before they get taken, I just want to say, so they were able to save both Lilo and Stitch from drowning. I just want to point that out. They were in the middle of the ocean, and like Stitch was drowning, and they were able to save him fairly easily. I'm just saying that. Just pointing that out because it will come back later. How much time do we have? Why can't I see the time on OBS? God damn it. One of the more reasons why I just prefer Streamlabs. Okay, we're at the 3-hour mark. I think we can go on for like a little bit longer. I think we can go 1 more hour and then finish this off. But I gotta be quick. So they go to the hospital. Social worker is like, you don't have health insurance. You gotta give up Lilo because you can't pay for this. We can. You're gonna be in like huge debt. So we're gonna have to take her off your hands. Pretty much the same thing here, but like with a slightly different kind of. Whereas like in the original, it wasn't like anything about the insurance. It was like, Lilo nearly drowned. I know you're trying, but like this is what's best for Lilo, and that kind of thing. It's framed more so in like the sense of like her being with you got her nearly, killed, which I find a little bit more impactful, but like I guess, framing it in the whole insurance angle, that's also a thing you can do, I guess. It's a change I'm indifferent on, it's a thing. Now, they skim past a lot of that because all of this happens at a hospital that they cut to after all this stuff went down. They skim over a lot of, like, the animosity that they have towards Stitch for nearly drowning Lilo, which, again, I dislike because it's part of the whole reason. It's building up to the reason why Stitch feels like he's just a gigantic, colossal fuck-up and shouldn't be in this family because he makes things worse. That kind of thing. Again, not unlike Lilo and what like she's done, but like just taken to a greater extreme. And we just don't get that. Because fuck you. All right. What else do I have in my notes? Yeah, it's less of a family scene. Yeah, we miss out on them blaming Stitch. So, yeah, then after the hospital scene, we get more of, like, Jumba. Oh, yeah, Jumba and Pleatley get fired, by the way. And Jumba is like, this is where he turns evil. He's like, I am going after Stitch now, whereas before it was framed as, like, well, shit, now I get to do things my way, because he just cares about, like, catching his experiment rather than, like, actually, well, I mean, I guess in that regard it's not too different, but, like, there's a difference in just the general tone and how they present each other. You'd have to, like, see it. It's just something that feels very not, like, much more sinister about Jumba in the live-action version when he goes after Stitch after being fired. I don't know who Councilwoman had planned on catching Stitch instead of Jumba, since Gantu is no longer in this movie, but I guess she just planned on going on down there on her big-ass ship and just having a strike force take him, I guess. Even though she cares probably more about secrecy than either Jumba or Pleatley.
Just let me enjoy the last of the donuts. Okay. So then we get Aloha Oi. And they do have Aloha Oi. In fact, they actually sing more of the song than they did in the animated version. But they remove the flower scene. So like Nani taking the flower out of Lilo's hair and her hair, you know, and then clasping them between both of their hands like that. Again, both of them symbolizing each other and their bond that they have. And then releasing the petals, or sorry, yeah, embracing one another, and then releasing them. Again, this is a powerful scene because it is one of the last moments that they will have together as a family before Cobra takes Lilo away. And having this is such a powerful moment. It is not in the live action version. They have Aloha Oi. They sing Aloha Oi, and she has a ukulele. That makes up for the whole flower thing, right? She plays in a little ukulele. That's the same as a visual and emotional metaphorical representation for their bond that is slowly slipping away. That's having a ukulele totally is the same thing. That's how that works. You know? That's perfect. I hate this movie. I really do. This is like one of my... Lilo and Stitch is one of my favorite Disney movies. It's one of my favorite movies, period. I just... How? And a lot of... Oh, yeah. And then because we don't get the ugly duckling, we also don't get this scene where, like, Stitch and Lilo get their last goodbye with each other. We don't get her, you know, telling him that... how her parents died on a stormy night. No, because we already did that. We don't need to repeat that. We already had the social worker explaining it, like, putting it front and center in your face in that really unnatural line at the beginning of the movie. Do you guys get it yet? Their parents are dead! We can't... Whereas in this movie, it was subtly implied, and then it drops it on you in this scene where it's like, yeah, actually, their parents are dead. It's just... Why did they think how they did it was, like, anywhere on par with the original? I keep saying that. I know I'm a broken record saying it. I just don't understand why they did what they did. So because we don't have the ugly duckling, Stitch doesn't get his final goodbye with Lilo, or quote-unquote final, and instead just leaves. He just leaves. Also, it also means that we don't get this line either, where, like, Lilo is disheartened but understandable, like, understanding why Stitch is leaving, because, like, he is making things worse for them. And the line, I forget what it was, Ohana means, family, family means no one is left behind or forgotten. I'll remember you, though. I remember everyone that leaves. That fucking hits hard in the original. And it's gone in the live-action adaptation. I'm just... Why, though? I don't. Alright, so Stitch goes back to the pound and the cage where they locked him up in. And then Jumba is going after them now. So he tracks Stitch to the dog pound, where Lilo also happens to be, because she wants to get Stitch back, because in this version she doesn't want Stitch to leave. And that's when we get the Jumba fight scene, basically. Oh yeah, we also don't get this scene either, where like the realization of like, oh yeah, you don't have a family. I made you to destroy things. We don't get this moment because like this would mean that we could have a moment of, I guess intimacy would be like a good word for it, of like just from Jumba, even though he clearly doesn't care about like the whole family thing, he is not like malicious like he is in the live action version. Which, by the way, like when Jumba is going through Lilo's room and sees all the pictures and photos of stuff, he like actually he destroys photos and is like, family is stupid, it's lame, and friends, you don't need friends. Friends are gay. It's so silly, because it's, again, just why? Why did you make Jumba this way? Like, I get it, you need an antagonist, and you couldn't have Gantu because it was too expensive for you to have a giant CGI abomination. Because high school improv. Yep, every time, because high school improv. Oh god, looks like this movie is making its money back. I was afraid of that. Do you have an article that says that? Titan? Like, I'd read some, granted, I want to see numbers. I want to see, like, numbers that say how much money it's making. Or really, I want to say, like, well, yeah, money on one hand, and I want to see, like, the budget as well. That's what I want to see. But good God, if this movie is actually doing well, I'm very concerned about that suspension that they have on live action projects, because I don't imagine it will be lasting very long if they actually see this as a success. And I'm very concerned that they'll see it as a success. Because it fucking ain't. So, because Jumba is the new villain of the movie, it means that the final scene is also going to be a little bit different as well. So I'm not going to have as much to show, since it's very different. I mean, granted, there is still the, Jumba going through their house and destroying the place. Yeah, blowing up the place, kind of like that. And Jumba is being significantly more evil. He's like, oh, family is stupid. I'm gonna destroy your photos. And then Lilo goes back into the house, being like, stop that! Don't. And then he purposefully destroys their parents' room just because he's a dick, I guess. Again, I don't understand why. He's so comical and not even like he's not even like, I don't understand how you can be so just unabashedly evil and spiteful and not be, like, in a Disney movie no less, and somehow not be entertaining like every other unabashed classic Disney movie villain. You know? How is it that you fuck that up? How is it that you mess that up? Like, being just an evil prick is what a lot of classic Disney villains are known for, and he just doesn't have, like, this version of Jumba just doesn't have the charisma for it to match up with the likes of Jafar, Hades, Maleficent, Cruella de Vil. Even though he's being just as cruel, he just cannot match up to them, and it just makes me wish for the old Jumba back. The old Jumba was cool because he was a take on your classic mad scientist, with emphasis on the mad. He was a mad scientist who was focused first and foremost on his experiments and whether or not they would succeed. Hell, when he's when he's being taken away and dragged away in the trial scene at the beginning, he's not mad that he's going to be under arrest. He's mad that they are calling him an idiot scientist instead of an evil genius. Call me evil genius! When he's in his cell, he rips up that newspaper because it also calls him an idiot scientist. Like, he doesn't really care much about anything so long as people view him and, like, recognize his intelligence. Whether or not what he has to do is, like, good or bad is kind of, like, irrelevant to him. He will do good stuff, and, like, he changes his mind on, like, the tip, on just the flip of a dime, when Stitch asks him to help them get Lilo back. But again, it goes into that whole, like, he is a mad scientist. Like, not in, like, the insane sense, but in, like, the Mad Hatter kind of sense. He was the kind of character who would honestly fit in quite well in Wonderland. Like, you could drop him into Wonderland, and you could probably get some interesting interactions between him and, like, everyone else. That's what kind of mad he was, and it's why it's made him stand out as a character. Now you just made him a dickhead for no reason, and you took away everything that, like, made him distinct. If you're curious what most well-received live-action Disney remake movie is, The Jungle Book. Yeah, I heard that one was well-received, because I want to say that was also the turning point where, like, live-action adaptations began to, like, really stink. And I think it's partially because Disney probably didn't care as much about live-action adaptations before that point, and then probably saw, like, some marketability in it. And then went so all into it that, you know, as corporatization does with all artistic projects, just inherently makes things worse. Granted, I've not seen the live-action Jungle Book, so I don't know how, you know, good it is, but I know that it was a success. What else do we have here? I really don't have, like, a whole lot of visuals to show, just because, like, both movies are so drastically different from one another. So after he destroys a bunch of the place, then he convinces Stitch to just give himself up by saying, oh yeah, this is all your fault, you know? You're the reason why their house is destroyed. You cause all the problems in their life right now. And so Stitch is like, you know what, you're right, so I'm gonna go with you and get out of their lives, and so he goes with him, and I guess on its own that works. It's just not as effective as the original, because they had all those moments where, they had a lot more effective moments of showing that he was a blight on Nani and Lilo, and, like, having him get along with Lilo kind of just doesn't do as much in that regard. But, I mean, I guess he's still right in the sense that, like, yeah, a lot of these problems are because Stitch is just around. So Stitch gives himself up, and they're gonna walk through this portal back to Jumba's ship. Oh, yeah, Jumba has a portal gun, by the way. He just does. So, I mean, he's had it throughout the movie. It's not something that just appeared. It's just, I've not mentioned it yet because it's not really been important. So they go back to the ship, but Lilo sneaks in through the portal with them. I don't know how she manages to do that without Jumba noticing. Like, there's even at one point where Jumba is looking, or he is faced in her general direction and just does not see her because I guess he's looking at his device or something. So, the ending... So, what was cool about the ending in the original is that it was basically... It was Stitch making up for all the problems that he had caused. And bear in mind, this was after, like, things reached a climax where, like, their house blew up. And now Lilo was actually going to be taken away by child services. Because, like, again, God, so many lines that were removed that were so powerful and effective. Just, is this... Like, Nani says, Lilo needs me. And then Cobra says, is this what she needs? It sounds more like you need her more than she needs you. And God, that is so effective, especially as Stitch is watching all of this, the carnage that he is partially responsible for, at least he believes he's responsible for bringing all this to their literal doorstep. It's so impactful. And this is removed because we gotta jump straight to the scene where, Jumba, where the kidnapping scene. Now, in the original, Gantu kidnaps the both of them with like a net, drops both of them into this, glass thing, but Stitch squeezes himself out because, again, being invincible means he, I guess, can't get crushed. But this unfortunately means that he leaves Lilo behind. She gets taken away, and so Nani is, of course, very upset that their dog turns out to be an alien the whole time. And so now Stitch has to make up for the trouble that he has caused. This is his redemption moment, where he is going to help Nani rescue Lilo. And it's a fantastic scene. And then, after it's a great chase scene with Jumba and Gantu, and it's just fantastic. And there's another scene with the ice cream guy. Oh yeah, and the volcano. The volcano is so cool. They removed that. We don't get this scene where he's like flying off from a giant explosion because we couldn't put Gantu in the movie. So they rescue Lilo, and everything's fine now. And then the authorities that come to take Stitch away. And now that Stitch has saved Lilo, now Lilo has to save Stitch. And again, it's that whole family thing. It's, like, look out for each other kind of thing. And they still have that in the sense of, like, you have a climax where both Lilo and Stitch save each other respectively. But it's not quite done the same way. I don't know if I would necessarily say that, like, what they did was... Okay, well, there are things that are bad about it, but the concept... So, instead of Lilo getting kidnapped, it's Stitch who gets kidnapped, and Lilo is gonna go rescue Stitch. So, she sneaks into their ship to try to help get him out of his containment cell. And then Stitch basically helps... kick Jumba out the airlock, so he falls into the ocean. He also breaks the ship in the process. Like, he tries to, like, steer the ship and then just breaks the steering wheel. I don't know why he does that. It just kind of happens. So now the ship is going to crash into the ocean. And so now Stitch is like, I'm going to save Lilo. And so Stitch says, hold on. I think it was something along the line, like, he's basically saying, jump, and I will protect you kind of thing. That's basically what he's saying, They're flying over the ocean. Lilo is, of course, thinking, I'm gonna drown, or, like, probably die from the impact with the water kind of thing. And Stitch is like, trust me. And I mean, it's supposed to be, this, neat moment of, like, yeah, this is supposed to be her regaining trust with him, and they makes the leap. But she never actually jumps, as they shouldn't, because jumping in the ocean is kind of a really terrible idea, as you find out later, because after the ship crashes, so Lilo gets dragged down by some debris, and Stitch has to go get the debris off of her. So he sinks down to the bottom and lifts up the debris so that she can swim upward. He cannot swim up with her because he is just so dense that he's gonna bring her down with him, as we established before. He is so dense that, he will bring Lilo down and drown her. And so there is this admittedly heartwarming moment where he has to let go so that Lilo can live. Because if she tries to pull him up, she's not going to be able to, and she's going to drown. And so Stitch is like, it's okay, I'm going to stay down here. And so Stitch accepts his fate so that Lilo can swim up. It's actually not too bad. I think there are a couple things wrong with it. The first of which, besides the whole breaking, the way that the ship crashes in the first place to contrive all this to happen, just Stitch breaking the steering wheel for no reason. Then, well, the real problem that I have comes later. So because Lilo can't, she can't save Stitch, Nani and David are swimming out to them. And so Lilo tells Nani, oh, hey, Stitch is down there. He's drowning because he can't swim. And so Nani is gonna go down there and save him. But now Nani can't bring him up because now, like, Stitch is apparently so heavy that, like, he's bringing her down too. So Nani is stuck at the bottom of the ocean with this dense as fuck furball, and she cannot swim upward. So how does she rescue Stitch? She walks all the way back to shore with Stitch weighing her down every step and never comes up for air. Ever. They're, like, pretty far out, too, by the way, mind you. Like, they're far enough out that a space cruiser that has been flying for a couple of minutes, like, however far you think, like, a jetliner can get in just the span of, like, maybe 5 minutes, that's how far out in the ocean they are. Really, they should be even further out than they actually are, and it's amazing that they're even within eyesight of the shore. But even how far they are out is still really far. Yes, she walks underwater because apparently she can't, like, just bring Stitch to the surface. But, like, it gets worse, because if you recall, this isn't the only time that Stitch has sunk in the ocean and that they had to rescue him. Because earlier, when Stitch was accidentally drowning Lilo, they rescued him there too! David was able to get Stitch, and he wasn't, like, being dragged down. He was able to bring him back to the shore just fine. Like, why is Stitch suddenly so dense that Nani cannot swim with him upward? David could do it! Like, unless they're really saying that, like, only David could, but, like, she couldn't, I guess? But, like, she's a really good swimmer. It's just... Which devil fruit did he eat? I know. Whichever devil fruit makes you invincible, I guess. Because that's what Stitch is. But, like, even in One Piece, though, you can, like, still bring someone to the surface, can't you? Like, you could still swim a devil fruit user up to the shore, I think? Well, yeah, because Shanks rescued Luffy after he had eaten the Gum Gum fruit. So, like, Stitch is the movie is telling you that Stitch is even denser than, like, your average devil fruit user. Except when the movie doesn't need him to be. Like, in the first time when he drowned, you can just bring him to the surface. And again, I need to stress this. She walks, not swims. She walks all the way back to shore without ever coming up for air. How? Like, maybe they weren't that far out, but, like, I thought that they kind of should be. Anyways, so, even when there is something that I kind of like about this movie, the idea of, like, Stitch letting go of Lilo so that she can, representing his love for her and sacrificing himself, they still managed to fuck it up somehow. But, oh no, Stitch is unconscious, and he needs CPR, and they're trying to give him they're trying to use a defibrillator on him, but it's not enough. They can't defibrillate him, and so Lilo gets out a pair of electrical wires, like the kind that you start your jumper cables. That's what they're called. She gets out a pair of jumper cables, and they look at Nani's truck, which is weird because, like, the whole point... Or no, I think they look at the grandmother's Jeep instead, because it would be weird if they were using Nani's truck since her battery is constantly going, bad. Oh wait, no, they were using Nani's truck, and there was like a moment when she was like, please don't stall, and like she twists, like she actually closes her eyes, kind of being like, I need this to work. Like, no one else has a car here. Anyways, so they hook that up, and they actually they try to make you think that he's dead. Like, they shock him a bunch. I think they even have, like, you know, him twitching a little bit. They actually try to make you think, guys, he might actually be dead this time. Stitch is actually dead. Like, they actually have, like, somber music, and they have Lilo, like, standing over him, like, being really sad. They try to really make you think, no, guys, Stitch is actually dead this time. It's like, I've seen this in other movies. I don't believe you, film. I don't believe you. You're telling me that Stitch is... No, I don't believe you. I'm sorry. But as it turns out, Stitch is actually alive the whole time. Well, not the whole time, but like now he's alive. They managed to bring him back. Just as the councilwoman comes in to apprehend him at last. Guess we'll go over what happened in the original. So in the original, you had the councilwoman who's being like, yeah, I'm gonna take Stitch away. She's talking about, like, if it weren't for 626, and then Stitch corrects her, being like, my name is Stitch, and she's like, she has a double take. So, like, she looks, well, I don't think that's the double take. And then she turns back, and she has to realize, wait a minute, he talked, and turns back, and Stitch is like, does Stitch have to go on the ship? And she's actually kind of taken aback, because this is a very different creature from the one that she remembers from the trial, saying that phrase that will not be named. And they have that here too, but instead of, like, the councilwoman having, like, a genuine double take, like she does here, yeah, like, she stops herself right here to have to realize, wait a minute, Stitch? What? You're very different from, like, the creature that I remember. And then turns back. Yeah. She's actually, like, confused. Like, she doesn't feel like she's looking at the same creature. Now, in the live-action movie, they have these same lines, but they remove a lot of the emotion from the councilwoman. It's, so, like, Stitch corrects her. And she's like, yes, Stitch it is then. And she continues, she's like, if it weren't for Stitch, and now instead of being taken aback, Stitch interrupts her. Almost like it's some kind of joke. It's like, does Stitch have to go on the ship? And I half expected the councilwoman to be like, bitch, I'm talking here, don't interrupt me. It was that out of nowhere. And, like, she doesn't seem that... I mean, she does seem a little taken aback. But not as much as she was in the original movie. It just, everything was done better in the original movie. And then they play the scene where Stitch says goodbye. He says, this is my family. I found them all on my own. It's broken, but it's still good. Yes, still good. And, of course, they took those lines directly from the recorded audio of the original movie. They couldn't re-record new lines. They had to just lazily copy-paste the old lines from the old movie into the new one. If you like the old movie so much, why don't you fucking marry that one instead of this one, you assholes? Aw, silly movie. You got to get up early for nostalgia to fool me. Yes. It's basically me in this movie. So, it's, in a couple of roundabout ways, she eventually decides that, oh yeah, we will leave, Stitch to stay here, and also, the CIA agent Cobra Bubbles will ensure that none of this becomes public, because that's been a really important thing, I guess, for this movie. And now you know the only reason why Cobra Bubbles is here. Cobra Bubbles was literally only introduced in this movie so that the councilwoman could be convinced to leave Stitch here without thinking that it would leak out to the rest of the world that an alien lives in Hawaii. That's it. That is the only reason why he's here. If, like, you wrote it more like the original, where they just kind of trust that, you know, it won't really make that big a deal. Stitch will just pass as, like, a really weird mutated dog, you know, kind of like he has. You can remove Cobra Bubbles, and it would affect almost nothing. He does nothing in this movie. My boy, my man, the Chad, Cobra fucking Bubbles. He is useless in this movie. He's so pointless. We also don't get this scene where, like, Lilo walks up to the councilwoman and is dead ass like, I own Stitch. You're stealing from me if you take him away. Which is I like that. It's, again, another good scene that they removed from the remake. Just everything about this movie is just so watered down and just inferior to the original. And I'm done talking about it. Oh wait, no I'm not. No, you would think that that's where the movie ends, but no. Now we get to talk about it. Now we get to talk about it. The social worker. So, the neighbor that I mentioned, that we have been alluding to this whole time, turns out she could just take care of Lilo this whole time. Yes. Oh yes, Titan. Oh yes. So the social worker, turns out, is actually going to take away, whereas in the original, like, this, Cobra Bubbles, like, legally, or at least, like, from authoritarian, didn't have the authorization, or, like, really could not take Stitch, or, could not, like, separate Lilo and Nani, because their family was now under the protection of the Galactic Federation, which, you know, Child Protective Services got nothing on, and so, like, that's part of the reason why he's like, oh, this is gonna be a pain to have to explain back at headquarters. And they get to stay a family, because Galactic Federation is like, you're gonna keep this family together, or we're gonna get our Death Star and nuke your asses. I mean, that's not what they say, but, like, I like to imagine that's the implication. Now, in the live action adaptation, Lilo does change guardianship. Nani loses guardianship of Lilo. It's just that she goes to the neighbor. The neighbor who's their Ohana gets to take care of Lilo, which means that Nani now no longer has the responsibility of taking care of Lilo, and it means that she can go off to California to study marine biology. Isn't that so great, guys? Isn't that so great? That Lilo has someone to look after her even though it's not Nani? That totally doesn't invalidate the entire conflict that we've had for the whole movie. It totally doesn't. It's like, and you have to go to California too. It's not even like you could just go to some university on Hawaii. Like, hell, they're native Hawaiians. There would absolutely be, like, some kick-ass scholarships that she could get in Hawaii that are specifically meant to, like, help disenfranchised local Hawaiians. You know? There would totally be, like, considering the history behind, like, Hawaii's annexation, there would absolutely be, like, scholarship programs that could get her into a local Hawaiian college so that she doesn't need to even, like, leave. I'm so mad that I'm forgetting Lilo's name. unrelated neighbor steps up as a guardian is another great idea that needs to work. that needs to work to actually work. It's And here's the thing. I had this in the back of my mind for the whole movie, and it was bothering the hell out of me for the whole movie. Where, like, ever since they introduced this woman, I was like, why can't, like, you just take care of Lilo and then Nani, like, whenever Nani goes off to a local college, so that way she can still be here, but still has someone who can help out. Why is that not something you could do? Or you can have, like, the neighbor help out in some way, whether or not you transfer guardianship. Like, there's gotta be different options. That was what I was thinking up until this ending. Everything. And the fact that that is in your mind as you're watching this film demonstrably lessens the stakes of that subplot, especially knowing that that's what ends up happening by the end anyways. In the original, it was always implied that Nani was going to lose Lilo to someone completely unrelated, to someone who, like, she did not know. Maybe, like, some kind of foster care system or something like that. It was entirely up to the whims of chance as to whether or not she would even be in a good, home at all. Or whether or not she would even be anywhere near her, Like, if she might actually be taken somewhere, far. I don't know how, like, Child Protective Services does this kind of stuff. I'm not gonna, like, speak on that too much. Since I don't, know how they work. But, like, because it was just Nani, and only Nani, no one else but Nani, there was that was always the danger that, like, if she loses Lilo, that's how bad things are gonna, like, they're going to be separated, and there's no one else that she can rely on. Everything was on her, and that's what made it so tense. You now introduce this neighbor person who can just help out, and now suddenly it lessens the stakes of that sub-conflict. And just why? Why would you do that? Does the neighbor even have a name? Probably. I don't know what it is. Their name is Neighbor. First name next door. Yes. All I know is that, like, she's David's mother or grandmother, I think. I think they're related. I'm not even sure about that either. And so everything is hunky-dory. There's even a dory that looks hunky from Pixar's Finding Nemo in the after credits. No, there really isn't, because I don't know what the after credits are, if there are any. I'm sure there are, because it's Disney and they gotta capitalize on them MCU fans. So yeah, that was apparently Lilo and Stitch. Apparently. Or so I'm told. God, that movie was abysmal. And we are just pulling up on, like, the 4-hour mark. So we made some pretty good time with this live stream. Yeah. For those of you who have not watched this movie, do not watch this movie. Or if you do, don't pay for it. However you manage that is your business. And if you have watched this movie, I'm very sorry, and you share my pain. You really do. Lilo and Stitch, I genuinely believe, is one of the best, if not the best, classic animated Disney film. It handles such complex themes that I don't think very many other... I mean, I won't say that, like, there haven't been, like, other kinds of, movies that Disney has done with, like, these kinds of familial topics, but, like, to this degree, especially with the topic of, like, troubled children in broken families, like, even Tarzan didn't touch on that. and the way that it handles it, and in such a way that still is very child-friendly, it's impressive. Extremely impressive that they managed to do something like this. And it's equally impressive how you managed to take that and just mess it all up. I think I will end this with now. Someone sent something to me, about, hold on. Let me see if I can pull this up. Because there was an image that's been circling around the internet that a guy from a Manga Commons server sent me, and I've been seeing it around, as well. I might as well share it for anyone else who hasn't seen it. If I can just get OBS to show it. First, let me open it up. Come on. Oh, please. All right. I mean, I will try. All right. You know what? Plan B. Oh, never mind. Hold on. No. I can still get it. All right. Add, not display capture, window capture, create new image. And we're going to capture this. All right. So, yeah, I'm just going to throw that up there. It doesn't look very professional since it's covering up everything else, but I'm going to put it up there. Yeah, so, spoilers. Not that I haven't already spoiled this for you. Nani is now a neglectful sister who, loses... Uh-oh, did I lose chat? I got a little error on OBS. Did I lose you guys? No, I'm still live. Okay. Sorry. So, yeah, I've been seeing this circle the rounds, and a guy sent me this as well because he wanted me to share it on stream. Shout out to Seawolf, who sent this my way. I'll just read it out. Nani is now a neglectful sister who loses Lilo to child services at the end and goes to college. I already talked about Jumba's character assassination. No Gontu, no ugly duckling metaphor, no Lilo seeing Stitch in his alien form. They replaced Bubbles with a lady, and he is now a full-on CIA agent. Elvis barely plays a role. No adoption papers for Stitch. No big climactic spaceship fight. There's more wrong with it, but this is already getting too long. I think I would reword some of the descriptions here, but like the general, I feel the emotion behind this. If you want a better movie, I recommend anything else. You know what? If we want a better movie, I recommend just the original. You know? Let me get this out of the way. Just go watch the original. Go watch, in fact, watch any classic Disney movie. Go watch Tarzan. Go watch Lilo and Stitch. Go watch The Little Mermaid. Go watch literally anything that... Go watch Aladdin. Go watch anything else. But these live-action, just pieces of slop. And I am hoping, praying, that this movie is not successful. Because it is the only thing right now that I could think of that would embolden them to make more of these. And I desperately need them not to. Remember the Lilo and Stitch show? I saw a little bit of that as a kid. I don't remember if it was good. I think I remembered enjoying it as a kid. I even watched Leroy and Stitch, which I'm told is not very good, but I don't remember anything about its quality either. But I'd be willing to bet it's like they're probably better. It's probably safe to say that like all that Stitch media is probably better than the live action movie. You know? I think that's maybe a safe bet. I can't say for certain because, like, of the Stitch media that I have watched, I have not watched it since I was a child. I haven't watched that, like, since these shows were actually on the air. I guess I don't know if Disney Channel still airs them. I'm assuming they don't. But, honestly, well, actually, now that I think about it, the live-action movie might be a good excuse to, like, re-air it. I mean, it would be confusing for people who have only seen the live-action movie and not the animated one, but yeah. that's the live action Lilo and Stitch. And I got nothing. This movie has exhausted me. I was hoping to like get someone else on for the periodic cast with me. Damn, like Mark, I should have just gone to you, I guess. If I knew that you were gonna stick around for the whole stream. I didn't really know anyone else who was like really interested in the Lilo and Stitch movie. I have some plans for like some other periodic casts for like some other topics. I'm hoping that I can get guests like Kaiser Shonen and CBF back on as well. I Know Nothing has also shown an interest in wanting to like come on at least once or twice. It's just a matter of like finding the right kind of thing that we both have an interest in. Maybe when Arcane Season 3 comes out, we might cover that. I have thought about making a periodic cast on Outer Wilds, for those of you who saw my playthrough of that, because my friend who recommended it to me, Ionis, would be willing to be a guest. I'm always down for a talk about the nature of art. All right, well, I'll keep that in mind, Mark. I would love to have you on. I would love to have more guests on for these kinds of things. Because as much as I don't mind, talking solo, I mean, I already, am solo on, like, my gaming streams. I would like to have someone else for these kinds of, ones where we talk about, like, film and such. It's just a matter of, like, finding the right one. But we've thrown around, like, some other ideas. Kaiser and I have talked about possibly doing a stream where we just talk about World Trigger, because both of us really like that anime. But I'm getting, like, some ideas together, just trying to figure out what kind of stuff would work and such. Next week, if not, I will probably go back to the Kingdom Hearts, 358 Days Over 2, because I don't really have, like, a set schedule for when I do these periodic casts. You could say that I do them periodically. Funny joke is no longer funny. But, yeah, that's kind of where I'm at right now. Please go check out the artists who made both this stream layout and my avatar, Dedarax525 and the other guy, I'm sorry if he's watching this, Visual Vista, who made the the streamer layout. Go check them out. They both do pretty solid work. Go commission them if you want. Yep, check out my live streams, my gaming streams that I do pretty much at the same time. I mean, you probably already know that. God, and thank you so much for all the attention that the Arcane video has got. I was not expecting that video to get the attention that it's gotten. It is now my most viewed video on my channel. Like, if I knew that all it took to, like, make, to get a new most viewed video was just to talk about Arcane, Batman, and Breaking Bad, I would have done that a long time ago. I could have done that years ago. I could have done that before I met Kaiser. I'm joking, of course. But, it does make me kind of think that maybe I should make another video on Arcane. I had thoughts about that. Maybe, like, a video actually kind of breaking it down in full. I had planned on doing, like, a similar series to the Fate video. For those of you who haven't seen it, my Fate Stay Night breakdown that I've called an in-depth character analysis, I've considered doing a similar video series on Arcane, an Arcane in-depth character analysis where I compare the characters from both seasons. It's a thought. It's not in the production just yet, but that was something that I started and I have some notes for, and with the success of this video, I might consider it in the future. Beyond that, I've not really got anything else. Thank you again, like everyone. It really means a lot. Like, every new milestone that I break, just helps that much more. I really appreciate having regulars like you, Titan, Mark, especially, Raichi, if you're still there. Same with Billy Donuts. And I'm thankful for other people as well. Sam, Daigato, I hope that I get to see you guys on some gaming streams. No pressure, of course. And please share around, like, my videos, because, again, it really helps, and I'm thankful to every single person who can help however you can. Let's get to 2K! 2K subs, guys. We can do it. I can catch up to Kaiser. I can do it. Hey Pete, you think you could make a video on meaningful remakes, comparing this to something like the Blob remake could be interesting? I'd think about it's not like been an interest at the moment. But I mean, I could think about it because I mean, I guess it would depend. I wouldn't mind talking about remakes. It's just depending on like the right kind of context is all. I wouldn't say no, but it's just finding like the right kind of like, for instance, I wouldn't mind talking about my adventures with Superman in comparison to like the original Justice League animated series. I mean, in a way, I've kind of already done that with one of my videos. As far, but just not really focused too much on like just the nature of remakes in general. I won't say that it's not in the works, but it's not. I'll think about it, but it's an interesting idea. With that out of the way, I don't really have anything else to say. So, you guys have an excellent night and stay platinum.